One shudders to envisage what repulsive large.
Mission coordinates locked. Allied coordinates locked.
Jo.
Allied destroyed.
No, dobrý, tak
Orbital
už.
clusters.
Ještě to nemám, koukám, ale už.
Orbit synchronized.
No nice, tak já už si tady pak můžu koupit nějaký page 3 brňko a...
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
Ne, kámo, to nebaví, vole, s nima to je moc easy.
Hello, hello. Are y'all just gonna do 2 people?
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods.
Hello?
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Allied destroyer.
I'll go back to solo action.
You're doing democracy.
launch initiated.
All the galaxy looks to you for salvation. Let nothing stand in the way of liberty.
Deploying equipment package. Deploying minefield.
Found something.
Sending down support weapon.
Deploying SOS beacon. Tagging map.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Reinforcing! Calling in orbital strike.
Request
Calling
approved.
down a
Reinforcements have
sentry.
been launched.
Point me to the enemy.
Calling down a support weapon.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Democracy has landed. Calling in an eagle. Activating shot.
Outpost cleared.
Out of ammo. Dropping a pin on the southwest, 200 meters. Bug tunnel breach.
5 minutes left. We can't stay this low much longer, Helldiver.
Requesting orbital strike. To the sky. Affirmative. Requesting air support. Reinforcing.
Yeah, wrong gun.
Request approved.
God damn it.
Reinforcements on the way.
That's one reason I don't run that thing.
Say it again?
That's one reason I don't run that thing.
Yeah, I just got it. So I was like, oh, this is cool, but I kept doing that. I'm gonna stop. That's fun. How do you like the Hoverpack? That's dope.
Calling in
I love it. It's a whole new way of playing the game.
I know. I like playing like a sniper role too.
Liberty, stay safe!
I'm a big fan of the gas too. I'm having a lot of fun with gas mines.
New bag! Found something. Got a sample!
sentry?
To the skies.
Terminate outpost
You have been a
destroyed.
stolen line of freedom. Extract when ready.
Activating jump pack.
Tactical asset nearby.
Sun tunnel breach. Get some. Get some.
Sending in an eagle.
One minute remains. Destroyer departure imminent. Terminate outpost purged. Super destroyer leaving low orbit. Emergency extraction shuttle deployed.
We better go.
Yeah, I'm going. Here's ammo if you need it.
I think I'll be all right. Thank you.
ETA T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Activating jump pack.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Two bags.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone. ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Yeah, this build is a lot of fun. I've just been experimenting with this Hoverpack for the last week.
The Hoverpack one.
ETA T-minus
Yeah,
20
I've
seconds.
just been trying it with all kinds of different stuff.
Yeah, it looked like you were rocking the Diligence, that sniper one.
This is the
ETA
Eruptor.
T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Sun tunnel breach.
I'm using the Eruptor.
Oh, that's what. Okay.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Yeah, it looks sick. I might have to get the Hoverpack. That looks dope.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
To the skies.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Oh, fuck. That's good.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1
That
beginning
was a
ascent.
mess. It was pretty smooth up until the last part. Yeah, the Eruptor's great because it has heavy armor pin, it has shrapnel damage, it has explosive damage. It has a glitch on it, so if you shoot it, switch to your secondary, and you switch right back to it, it's reloaded, so you don't have to go through the whole animation.
That's right. I did hear about that. It's kind of like the same thing when you're reloading like the recoilless rifle, and then if you crouch, it like speeds up the reload process.
That's probably a design feature, though. I think this is a mistake.
Oh.
The Quasar Cannon had a really great glitch on it, where once you used it, it would just charge up, so it would be charged up the next time you wanted to use it. And it's annoying to me because it's got the cooldown and the charge up.
Check. I'm gonna bump up my audio.
Yeah, so the Eruptor is great for medium and long range stuff. It's got a great scope on it. It hits real hard. It can burst chargers with a couple of shots. And then for close-in work, I'm using the Peak Physique armor. And one of the main reasons is because it makes it easier to control your weapons. You know, the Eruptor simulates a gun with a very heavy barrel, so it's hard to swing the barrel and make it stop, you know, very quickly. But with the Peak Physique armor, it's the drag, weapon drag is greatly reduced. And it's 100% plus 100% melee damage. Oh, yeah. With the Peak Physique, it makes the weapon drag on the Eruptor a lot better and does 100% bonus to melee damage.
Helldivers.
Ah, that's dope. So basically, there's like no recoil, so when you're hovering, you're just fucking sniping people.
Yeah, it's easier to acquire a target, and also it does that explosive damage, so it can take out groups.
Oh, that's dope. That's dope.
And I've got, what is it, I'm carrying the rail cannon strike. There's an oh shit handle. And then, which I just used it, but I took out a charger, I was like, ha, take that sucker. And then I went through the wall, and there's another one. And, yeah, so, oh, and I'm using the gas mines as an area of denial thing, you know, to watch my back and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. I know. I need to get more of this, the war bonds. That's the one I haven't unlocked.
How long have you been playing?
I got it maybe like 5 months ago, 6 months ago, and then I got really into it, and then Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 came out, so I kind of stopped playing for a while, and then now I'm back on this and back and forth.
Well, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like you've been playing probably since the game originally came out. 150, huh?
Yeah, I've been playing since release.
Yeah, so that's cool. You've probably seen the game change so many times.
It's been a wild ride. And when you came in about 6 months ago, the game is probably in its worst condition I've ever seen it. But since then, they've just made a lot of improvements. Yeah, right. 6 months ago, that's when I got in, and everything was kind of jacked. And then so far, I mean, they've came out with so many more war bonds and like sweet buffs and changes to like how you play. It's been pretty fun. Yeah, they made it fun again for sure. So when we first got it, this was all me and my friends were playing, and then within 3 months they screwed it up so bad when Space Marines 2 came out, we just jumped to that one and left this alone. And then finally, when it's time to vote for Game of the Year, they start getting their shit together and making it fun again.
Yeah. No, this game should. I don't think this game will win Game of the Year, but in my opinion, it probably should have been.
If they hadn't messed it up, I would say it completely deserves it, but having it ruined
Yeah.
for half the year because it would make bad decisions, just, no, you don't get Game of the Year for doing stupid shit like that.
Requesting tac pack. Freedom requires firepower. Calling down fortification. 300 meters.
Okay, if you want to watch the mines, we've got a couple of bugs coming up over here, and they just spread out, so
Okay.
see how they do. And if the bugs aren't hitting them, you can always shoot one, but let's see. Well, that ruined this experiment now, didn't it? Oh, he's going to call in a bunch of crap. Okay, well, he's going to do a call in, and we'll get to see the mines at work. They're pretty fun.
Tagging map. Northeast.
All right.
Far.
Well done. That was some good work.
Affirmative.
Pigs. If you need samples, there's usually some in here.
Good.
I've had a lot of fun using the grenade launcher.
Yeah, I like the grenade launcher as well.
And the flamethrower is a lot of fun with the Hoverpack.
Oh, I can see that. That's sweet. I didn't even think about doing that. You just fly on above and just torching people.
Yeah, I did a flamethrower build last night with the flame armor, the fire, flame barrage.
You know one thing my friends and I have been talking about is they should have like loadouts. So like once you build something, it's just an easy switch.
Definitely. I don't know. It took the Division 2 forever to figure out that we wanted loadouts for all the complicated shit that we had.
Yeah, because like once you like figure out an ammo or like the gun you want to run with, you know, whatever passes, it's like, it would have been a lot easier if you just had a loadout.
Yeah. Yeah, I had that same problem with Outriders, which is a game I really love to play, but, you know, I had two builds I like running on each character pretty much, and I'd have to change everything to an armor set that I would never wear so that they would match, and then I'd know that was the set that I wore for this certain thing, which is just retarded. They should just, you know, they should just have the builds, like you say. And then here they are making this game, doesn't have builds.
Requesting orbital strike.
I got ambushed.
I'm chilling in the city. I need to come with you guys.
Requesting fortification.
That should cover our path. Oh yeah, and mines are a non-issue really when you've got a hoverpack, for the most part.
Well, didn't they like do a buff that I can walk over mines? Like, or do you still blow up when you walk on it?
Those will. Anti-tank mines won't.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
But these, if you're standing next to one and you change, you reload your weapon and throw your mag on top of it, it'll go off.
That's kind of cool.
It is. It is.
I mean, it sucks, but it's kind of dope that the mechanics of that works.
Yeah, it's just an interesting feature. Good attention to detail, you know.
Yeah.
It's always nice to see that.
Sending in an eagle. Calling in orbital strike.
Calling in orbital strike.
Requesting fortification.
Calling down fortification.
Too close to the main pump.
I'm stuck. I can't move.
Someone might have to kill you. That's happened to me before.
I mean, I can turn around, but I can't use a stim or anything. Oh, I crouched. Okay.
Yeah. Can you double like dive? Yeah. Maybe that'll get you out of the mechanics that you're stuck.
Yeah. Yeah, that was it. That fixed it. Thanks.
That's happened to me too. Like I've like dropped underneath like bug holes and I can't move. I have to like dive and throw a grenade on me.
Outpost cleared.
Sending out an SOS. Stop tunnel breach.
Oh, oh, some goblin accidentally got me with a spear.
Fire in the hole.
It was getting a little tight in there.
Yeah.
Calling in reinforcements. Dropping a pin. Northeast, far.
Oh, if you get gas, dive like you're on fire.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping we could just stand in the middle of it and they would all get stuck in the gas trying to get to us. But they ended up setting off way too many.
Oh god, I keep walking in them too.
The green is the little green glowing balls on the ground are not health packs. But didn't we have a resupply coming down over here?
I have who needs ammo? Fuck, I need to get.
I need stems and ammo.
Okay, I'm coming up. Oh, refill.
You know, we'll just come to you. We need to go that way anyway.
Yeah, good.
Or we'll go to T, I guess.
T3, yeah, okay. Next we could.
Objective near your position.
Yeah.
Danger. Calling in a hell bomb. Sending in an eagle.
Oh, god damn it.
Objective critical stratagem available.
I'm calling hell bomb and I got killed from the back.
Calling in a hell bomb. Reinforcing.
Don't come down by the hell bomb.
Okay.
Objective completed.
How about a nice tug of liberty? Calling down fortifications.
asset near your location.
Get back, Juliet.
Liberty. Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply. Activating jump pack. Requesting sentry. I got the terminal.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting fortification.
Engaging terminal. Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
I got the terminal.
Oh, go back. Go back. There, that's it. Stop.
Nice.
Mission out.
I was trying to listen for the sound, but I didn't hear it.
Yeah, it was pretty faint this time.
Democracy delivered.
We've got another tower over here.
Okay, I'm coming. Just got to navigate through the minefield.
Sub-objective near
It's
your
real
location.
dense at that choke point.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling down objective equipment. Activating jump pack. I got the terminal. Rare sample acquired. Target acquired. Dropping package. Calling down fortification.
Mission is progressing.
Tagging map. Stop. Far. Activating jump pack.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Here's a buddy door, it looks like.
To the skies.
No. No, it's not.
Supplies.
Tactical asset near your
Requesting
location.
sentry.
Main objective near your position.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package. Dropping package. Package acquired.
Calling down a support weapon.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package. Requesting orbital.
Thief is up. It goes high yield explosive, and then mini nuke, and then high yield explosive, and give another high mini nuke.
That's a lot of mini nuke.
Yeah, I was like, God damn, there's a bunch of them right here. Alright, coming your way.
Activating jump pack.
Calling down a sentry.
Oh.
Requesting fortification. Calling in reinforcements.
Thanks.
Yep.
Got the spires of my machine gun. Rookie move.
Everybody does it. Wow, this thing just pops their heads off. I want to try it on one of those brood ones. The brood guard thing.
Requesting orbital strike.
Here we go.
Throwing grenade. Calling down fortifications.
Deploying
head to the extraction point.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 100 meters. To the sky! Activating jump pack. To the sky! Requesting fortification.
Extraction shuttle inbound. ETA T-minus 2 minutes 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
New mag.
Orbital inbound!
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Requesting air support! Tagging map, east, 100 meters. Sending in an eagle!
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
To the sky! Calling down fortification.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing in progress. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Democracy prevails once more.
Good work collecting so many samples.
Your fellow Helldivers rage against the enemy's
Allied destroyer has left the squadron. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Hellpod launch initiated.
Go now, and shoot you fall. Remember this. Every day is a good day to die for democracy.
Calling down fortifications.
Deploying minefield.
Requesting backpack. War weapon inbound.
Want me to bring down a Hoverpack for you when it's off cooldown?
Be advised, the enemy high priority target is near your position.
Located. West. Tagging location. West. Cancel that. Heavy.
Orbital strike incoming.
Affirmative.
High priority target eliminated.
Objective located. Northwest.
Tactical asset nearby.
Activating jump pack. Requesting fortification.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Sending out an SOS. Marking location. North. Calling down supplies.
Out of ammo.
Engaging terminal.
Mission map updated. Objective complete.
Tagging map. North. 200 meters.
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Calling in a hell bomb!
Calling down fortifications.
Requesting orbital strike!
Requesting air support. Helldivers never die.
Requesting air support! Supplies.
Activating subpack.
Bug outpost destroyed.
Southeast, 200 meters. Plan to reload.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Dropping a pin. Northeast, farm.
Affirmative.
Eagle 1, armed and ready.
Requesting fortifications.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear. Terminate outpost destroyed. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Marking location. North. Bugs. Northwest.
To the sky. New mag. Bump tunnel breach.
Oh, my bad.
Reinforcing.
Extraction is available.
I think my mortar killed you. Sorry,
Using
M3.
advanced weaponry. Requesting tac pack. Requesting sentry. Affirmative. Tagging map. Door 200 meters.
Going down a sentry.
Fire in the hole.
Bug outpost!
Outpost destroyed.
Requesting sentry. Sending in an eagle. Tagging location.
For fuck's sakes.
My bad. Yeah, my bad, dude. As soon as you threw the Tesla tower, I accidentally threw my 500.
To the sky.
Killing me, Smalls.
My bad, brother. My bad. I even saw it. I go, God damn it! I just actually killed him too on the mortar.
Sentry. Dropping a pin. Northwest. 100 meters. Calling in reinforcements.
Dropping a pin. West. Far.
Terminate outpost destroyed.
Ought to go grab some POIs.
Right on.
Tagging map. Southeast.
I'll go south.
300 meters.
Sweet liberty! My flag!
Activating jump pack.
Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters.
New mag. Dropping a pin. Southeast. 300 meters.
Extraction is available.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 100 meters.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. On my position. Tagging map. South. 100 meters.
Tagging map, southeast, 200 meters. Requesting air support.
Calling down fortifications.
Deploying minefield.
Dropping a
Stand
pin.
clear.
South, close.
Activating jump pad.
Requesting sentry. Orbital inbound.
To the sky.
You may proceed to extraction when ready. Mission at 20 minutes remaining. Objective nearby.
Orbital inbound. Sending in an Eagle.
Got it. Sample.
Calling down a sentry. Dropping a pin, west, 100 meters.
Tagging map, west, 100 meters.
Requesting sentry.
Calling down fortifications.
Out of a double door over here.
Supplies.
El bunker.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Who's closest to you?
J2.
T4.
Where are you at? The far right of the map?
M3. Yeah.
Oh, I'm coming in,
Alright,
dude.
I
Oh, my
can
bad.
come over.
On my position.
No,
Pink marker.
M3, I'm coming. Yeah, I'm sorry. And I'm coming. Sorry.
Sending in an Eagle.
Nice.
Thank you.
Bug tunnel breach.
Dropping a pin, south, 50 meters.
Ooh, a bunch of super credits.
Calling down a sentry.
Tagging map, southeast, 100 meters. Tagging map, southeast, 100 meters.
Samples collected. Activating jump pack.
Dropping a pin, south, 300 meters.
If you get to a POI and you loot it and it doesn't turn gray, you missed a sample.
Unless it's a glitched one, but yeah, that's a good
Calling
rule.
down a sentry.
My life for Super Earth! Tagging map. Northwest, 200 meters.
Requesting orbital. Requesting air support.
Requesting sentry.
Bug tunnel breach.
Requesting air support. Tagging map. West. 100 meters.
Requesting sentry.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 200 meters.
Affirmative.
Feel like it's time to skedaddle.
What would I call it?
Affirmative.
Affirmative.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Right on, I'm calling.
Calling in extraction.
I just dug up 4 samples.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Check.
Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes 30 seconds.
To the skies!
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a support weapon. Calling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Tac pack inbound.
Northwest.
Orbital incoming.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds. Deploying minefield.
Thank you. Tagging location. North.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Orbital inbound.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20
Reinforcement
seconds.
budget depleted.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Today you've carved another footprint in a long climb to liberty.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Nice.
Orbit synchronized.
You can do it.
I was checking my friends list for someone I could invite to fill out the party.
Nice. Yeah, I was like, God damn, I'm with some heavy hitters here, both 150s, huh? Is 150 the max you could, like your max level?
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
It's supposed to be raising it, but God knows when.
I'm not mad. I like being at the top of the food chain.
Nice. Where's the grenade launcher? Make it easy.
Yeah, at this point, I
Allied
just
destroyer has joined squadron.
load up the game and play whatever I want. I don't need to get super samples. I don't need anything. I have 3,000 super credits in everything in the game. I can do anything I want.
I'm just spinning my damn wheels.
It's a good feeling.
Yeah, I have like none of the super rare samples yet. Or I think the highest one, I don't know if it's super rare.
Yeah, it is. Just add me as on the send me a friend request, and I'll run you through some stuff.
Yeah. I'm game.
You just have to do the 6s and higher to get them.
Check. Yeah.
And that was a big bottleneck for me, the super rare samples, because I couldn't solo that stuff and my friends weren't on except on the weekend. They're trying to play high levels with scrubs, random dudes. It just was I was like punching myself in the dick.
Go now, and fear the shadow of night or death. Not
Requesting advanced weaponry!
is your cause.
That was a great way to start out. I started out on the cliff and then fell off. I didn't even touch it. And then just died.
Requesting advanced
I
weaponry!
usually survive a fall. Don't throw shit under that cliff.
Reporting to the front.
No, it stays on top.
Yeah. And sometimes you can shoot the pod and get it back. And sometimes it just decides to fall down up there. There was way too many times where I'm like, hey, this is broken. I threw my stuff and it's on cooldown, but where is it? Yep, it's up there.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Found something! Rare sample acquired.
I mean, I left some rare samples just right here.
Supplies. Heavy.
Those freaking stalkers. I think I see it way over there.
West.
Yeah.
I hate those things.
Same.
Do you see which way it came from?
Yeah, west.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, let's go get that layer first thing.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
There's another stalker right there by M, Mike 3.
Holding a breach on us.
Requesting fortification.
Oh shit.
Reinforcing.
Oh, you might be on a cliff.
Ooh, got a little hairy there for a second.
Affirmative. Bug hole, north, 50 meters. Sending in an eagle.
Outpost cleared. Enemy tactical asset within range.
Calling in a hell bomb. Tagging location. West, danger. Requesting orbital strike. The area. Bag's empty. Bug hole, north, 50 meters. Bugs, marking location, northwest.
Throwing a 500 in there. Time 3.
Outpost cleared.
Nice.
Nice.
Objective
God, that was
I
like
missed
perfectly
the
placed.
trigger.
calling down a sentry.
sentry. Calling in a hell bomb.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
Dropping a pin. Northeast, 200 meters. Dropping a pin. Northeast, 300 meters. Calling down fortifications.
Deploying minefield.
Sentry. Bug outpost. Requesting air support.
What injury?
Freedom triumphs over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
To the sky!
Sorry about that.
Oh, that flamethrower hover thing is dope. I just saw it for the first time.
Yeah, I accidentally traded my arc thrower for this thing, and I'm just gonna roll with it.
Missed that.
5 minutes left. We can't stay this low much longer, Helldiver.
New mag.
Dude, get back.
Outpost destroyed.
Marking location. Northeast. Requesting sentry.
Throwing the fly beacon.
Requesting orbital strike.
To the skies.
Sending in an eagle.
Got a sample.
Outpost destroyed.
Calling in extraction.
Dropping a pin. East. 100 meters.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle
I'm
inbound.
gonna bring friends.
I'm ready.
Never mind, they had a bad day.
Calling down a sentry.
Activating jump pad.
Calling down a
T-minus
sentry.
2 minutes
Marking
and 30
location.
seconds.
I love watching them trip on the mines and die.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Without people wasting bullets on them.
Calling down a sentry!
Oh shit.
Charger.
Requesting orbital strike.
Sentry.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Requesting supply. Activating jump back. Calling down fortification.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
He's on the chopper.
Dropping item.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Another victory for the right side of history.
That was my last one for right now, but I'll send you guys a friend request. But I'll play with you guys.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Freedom wins again.
The bridge is yours, Helldiver.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Innocents perish with every wasted second. We must act. Liberty's enemies march ever closer. Helldiver, the Super Destroyer is ready for your next mission.
Initiating FTL jump to the Mort system. FTL jump successful. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
extraction when ready. Left. Liberty speed your step, Helldiver.
Objective located. North.
Calling down fortifications.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Calling in reinforcements.
Objective critical stratagem available. ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Sending in an eagle.
Tagging map. East, 100 meters. Orbital inbound. Back inbound. Calling down a support weapon.
Helldiver's not at extraction site. Pelican 1 landing aborted, regaining altitude.
Calling in orbital strike. Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved.
Calling in
Deploying
extraction.
reinforcements.
Danger.
Roger. Pelican 1 will re-attempt pickup at extraction zone.
Calling down a sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting advanced
ETA
weaponry.
T-minus 2 minutes, 30
Drop
seconds.
ships.
T-minus 2 minutes.
Requesting fortification. New mag.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 1 minute. ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing in progress. Tagging map. Southeast. On my position. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You have maintained our way of life.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
A few more bots out of commission.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Hellpods Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Launch initiated.
I like to wait for the lower levels to pick their boosters because it doesn't matter what gets picked. I've got some they don't, but if I pick the only one they have, then, you know. Greetings, Helldivers.
You are the best of the best. Live up to your name. Live up to freedom.
Requesting tac pack. Requesting advanced weaponry. Marking location. Danger.
Rolling down a support weapon. Calling down support
Be
weapon.
careful, there's hell bombs everywhere.
Requesting tac pack.
Calling down fortifications.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear. Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Reporting to the front.
Don't step on the mines.
Heavy. North. 50 meters. Found something.
Found something.
Mod outpost.
Bot outpost destroyed.
located northwest. Objective located northeast. Heavy north, 50 meters.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem available.
Requesting objective accepted.
Package acquired. Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry. Dropping package.
Acquired.
Reinforcing. Dropping package. Package acquired.
Democracy has landed.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Package acquired.
Dropping package.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Dropping package.
Requesting orbital.
Calling in orbital strike.
Package acquired.
I got the terminal.
Dropping package.
Tagging map. Northwest.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver. Liberty dispensed.
Dropping package.
Dropships.
Automaton outpost destroyed.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a support weapon. Reinforcing.
one step closer to mission completion.
Bot outpost spotted. Dropping a pin. East, 100 meters.
Bot outpost destroyed.
Dropping a pin. West. Far.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Calling down a sentry.
Tagging location. West. Never mind.
Drop ship! Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle.
Automaton facility destroyed.
Reinforcing. Tagging map. East. Far. Tagging map. East. Far.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Marking location.
Found something!
Calling in reinforcement.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Requesting air support!
Automaton outpost scrapped.
Drop ships.
Sending in an eagle!
Throwing grenade.
Dropping a pin. West. Far.
Southeast, 50 meters.
Requesting fortification.
Requesting sentry!
Requesting orbital strike.
Sending in an eagle!
In the sky.
Requesting air support! Calling down a sentry! Liberty emerges victorious yet again.
South, close.
Extract when ready.
Activating jump pack.
Tagging map, north, 300 meters.
In the sky.
Dropship!
Calling down fortification.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Found something. Activating jump pack.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Found something! Requesting sentry!
Mission at 20 minutes remaining. to extraction when ready.
Dropping a pin. East, 50 meters.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Orbital inbound!
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Falling in a hell bomb!
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Requesting orbital
Hell
strike!
bomb armed! Clear the area!
Dropship!
Found something!
Pulling down a sentry.
Sending in an eagle!
Deploying minefield, stand clear.
Calling down supplies. Calling down supplies. Calling in extraction.
Pelican 1 returning to extraction point. Please ensure you're inside the extraction radius.
Watch this fresh street.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Sending in an eagle. Pulling down a sentry.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes. ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Calling down fortifications.
Deploying minefield, stand clear.
Bag's empty.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Calling in orbital strike.
Orbital strike incoming.
Reinforcing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements. ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
That was really cool for you to hold his aggro while I stabbed him in the back.
Bag's empty.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Calling in orbital strike.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Orbital.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. 1, landing in progress.
I need you.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another victory for the right side of history.
This is that Simon Whistler dude talking about ships.
1,000 cheap, quick to produce terminal in Baltimore, Maryland, you will find two very different historic cargo ships. One is the SS John W. Brown, one of nearly 3,000 cheap, quick to produce Liberty ships built to haul cargo during the Second World War. The other, by contrast, is one of a kind. With a gleaming white hull and sleek futuristic lines, she looks more like a luxury yacht than a cargo ship. But she was, and so much more. For 60 years ago, this glittering monument to mid-century modernism made history by becoming the first civilian ship to set sail under nuclear power. For over a decade, this cutting-edge ship sailed the world's oceans, serving as a glittering symbol and global ambassador of the post-war dream of peace and prosperity through technology. She would, it was hoped, be the first of many, ushering in a bright new future. But it was not to be. Though she performed her mission well, shifting politics and public sentiment condemned her to be both the first and the last of her kind, and today she survives as a lonely relic of this hopeful and optimistic period of human history. This is the story of the nuclear ship Savannah, the atomic age's ship of dreams. The story of the NS Savannah begins on December the 8th, 1953. On that day, US President Dwight D. Eisenhower delivered a speech before the United Nations General Assembly in which he warned of the growing threat of nuclear proliferation. By this time, two other nations, the Soviet Union and the United Kingdom, had succeeded in developing their own nuclear weapons, shattering the American atomic monopoly. A global arms race had begun, threatening to push mankind to the brink of nuclear war. Should such an atomic attack be launched against the United States, our reactions would be swift and resolute. But for me to say that the defense capabilities of the United States would be so great that an aggressor's land would be laid waste is not the true expression of the purpose and the hope of the United States. To stop there would be to accept helplessly the probability of civilization destroyed, the annihilation of the irreplaceable heritage of mankind handed down to us generation from generation, and the condemnation of mankind to begin all over again the age-old struggle upward from savagery toward decency and right and justice. Surely no sane member of the human race could discover victory in such desolation. Could anyone wish his name to be coupled by history with such human degradation and destruction? Occasional pages of history do record the faces of the great destroyers, but the whole book of history reveals mankind's never-ending quest for peace and mankind's God-given capacity to build. It is with the book of history, and not with isolated pages, that the United States will ever wish to be identified. My country wants to be constructive, not destructive. It wants agreements, not wars among nations. It wants itself to live in freedom and in the confidence that the people of every other nation enjoy equally the right of choosing their own way of life. To this end, Eisenhower proposed a bold new global nuclear policy, which became known as Atoms for Peace. Quoting again, "It's not enough to take this weapon out of the hands of the soldiers. It must be put into the hands of those who will know how to strip its military casing and adapt it to the arts of peace. The United States knows that peaceful power from atomic energy is no dream of the future. That capability already proved is here, now, today. Who can doubt if the entire body of the world's scientists and engineers had adequate amounts of fissionable material with which to test and develop their ideas, they would devise methods whereby this fissionable material would be allocated to serve the peaceful pursuits of mankind. Experts would be mobilized to apply atomic energy to the needs of agriculture, medicine, and other peaceful activities. A special purpose would be to provide abundant electrical energy in the power-starved areas of the world. Thus, the contributing powers would be dedicating some of their strength to serve the needs rather than the fears of mankind. Against the dark backgrounds of the atomic bomb, the United States does not wish merely to present strength, but also the desire and the hope for peace. A keystone of this initiative would be the development of an international atomic development agency, which would manage the world's stockpile of fissile material and distribute it to nations on the condition that they only use it for peaceful purposes. This, in turn, would help build international trust and hopefully draw the Soviet Union into productive talks about global nuclear arms control. But while presented as a radical departure from Cold War nuclear brinkmanship, in reality, Atoms for Peace was anything but. Far from rejecting nuclear weapons, Eisenhower wholly embraced them, believing a large stockpile of nuclear weapons to be a more cost-effective deterrent to Soviet aggression than conventional military forces and a cure for ballooning defense budgets. This stripped-down nuclear-centered policy became known as the New Look. But there was a problem. This new emphasis on building a massive nuclear stockpile risked frightening the American people. Atoms for Peace was thus conceived as the propaganda wing of the New Look, reassuring the public and allowing the US military nuclear program to carry on under the cover of peaceful intentions. The policy also allowed the United States to project and maintain its global influence through the sharing of nuclear materials and technology. Prior to 1949, the United States had kept its nuclear capabilities a closely guarded military secret. However, once the Soviet Union detonated its first atomic bomb, it was feared that they would share their atomic secrets with aligned nations and thereby increase their political influence. Eisenhower thus sought to head off the Soviets by sharing American nuclear technology first. Over the course of the Atoms for Peace initiative, the United States exported over 25 tons of highly enriched uranium to 30 countries, with many countries, including Israel and Pakistan, receiving their first research reactors and nuclear medicine installations through the program. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union ran a similar program, which exported 11 tons of enriched uranium. As we shall see, this policy would have unexpected consequences, which are still being felt to this very day. In addition to supplying nations with fissile materials, medical isotopes, and research reactors, Atoms for Peace also manifested in the training of foreign scientists and technicians in nuclear technology, the development of nuclear reactors for civilian electricity generation, as well as the absolute crazy Project Plowshares, which sought to find ways of using nuclear weapons for peaceful purposes like digging canals, stimulating petroleum production. And to learn more about this, please do check out our previous video. That time the Soviets tried to extinguish a fire with a nuke for reasons. Another decidedly less insane idea was Eisenhower's 1955 proposal to build a nuclear-powered cargo ship. The nuclear submarine USS Nautilus, launched in 1954, proved that nuclear marine propulsion was safe and reliable, and it was hoped that this technology would make global commerce more efficient, cost-effective, and profitable. As with land-based reactor development, Eisenhower also hoped that an effective demonstration of peaceful nuclear marine propulsion would convince the private sector to invest in the technology, further reducing the government's monopoly on technology. The project was approved by Congress in July 1956 and placed under the joint administration of the Atomic Energy Commission, or AEC, the United States Maritime Administration, or MARAD, and the United States Department of Commerce. Design of the vessel was assigned to naval architects George G. Sharp Incorporated of New York City, and development of a reactor to Babcock and Wilcox of Lynchburg, Virginia, who had already designed marine reactors for the U.S. Navy. The vessel was dubbed the nuclear ship Savannah in homage to the SS Savannah, the first steam-powered ship to cross the Atlantic Ocean in 1819. As originally envisioned, the NS Savannah project had 5 main goals. First, it would demonstrate to the world the United States government's commitment to the peaceful use of nuclear power. Second, it would help convince the public that nuclear-powered shipping was safe and reliable. Third, it would allow any practical issues with operating nuclear technology in a civilian commercial environment to be worked out. Fourth, it would experimentally introduce nuclear power into the maritime shipping industry. And fifth, it would stimulate the creation of new laws and procedures for accommodating nuclear power powered vessels into said industry. As President Lyndon B. Johnson would later state, the nuclear ship Savannah is more than a demonstration of American technology and engineering skill. She is also an expression of our belief that through the expansion of world trade and the exchange of ideas and materials, a better world can be created for the benefit of all mankind. She is a prophet of a brighter future, a symbol of hope for tomorrow. As her brave and tiny namesake was almost 150 years ago, the Savannah is a true pioneer, carrying swiftly across the seven seas proof that the mighty power which propels her, the atom, can help all men to enter a new era of peace, prosperity, and progress. However, Savannah's unusual status as both technology demonstrator and global ambassador for peaceful nuclear power posed unique challenges for its designers. By the time the project was approved, the ship's mandate had changed from simple bulk cargo carrier to combination freighter and ocean liner capable of carrying VIP passengers in style and luxury. This placed a much greater emphasis on safety and comfort. For balance and protection against collisions, the reactor had to be placed in the very center of the ship. However, it also had to be easily accessible from the top to allow the core to be refueled. Engineers at George G. Sharp Incorporated thus moved the superstructure farther back on the deck, giving the ship a distinctive profile. Indeed, the entire ship was designed for maximum visual impact, with clean, futuristic lines dripping in mid-century modern style. As we will see, however, the emphasis on style would severely impact Savannah's effectiveness as a commercial vessel. Construction of Savannah began in 1958 at the New York Shipbuilding Corporation shipyard in Camden, New Jersey. On May the 22nd, National Maritime Day, Savannah's keel was laid down in an unusual ceremony presided over by Patricia Nixon, wife of then Vice President Richard Nixon. As a large crowd looked on, Mrs. Nixon waved a special atomic wand containing a small amount of radioactive material, triggering a Geiger counter. This, in turn, signaled a crane operator to swing the first keel section into position. The same atomic wand had been used by President Eisenhower on September 6, 1954, to initiate the groundbreaking of the Shippingport Atomic Power Station in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, another Atoms for Peace project, and the world's first full-scale nuclear power plant devoted entirely to peacetime uses. Construction of the hull was completed in a little over a year, Savannah being launched and christened by First Lady Mamie Eisenhower on the 21st of July 1959. Fitting out, including reactor installation, fueling, and initial sea trials, took another 2.5 years. The completed ship was a marvel of mid-century engineering and design. Measuring 182 meters long with a beam of 24 meters and a loaded displacement of 19,800 tons, Savannah was powered by a Babcock & Wilcox pressurized water reactor driving twin DeLaval steam turbines with a maximum power output of 20,000 shaft horsepower or 14.9 megawatts. This, along with a streamlined hull, allowed her to reach a maximum speed of 23 knots or 43 kilometers per hour. To provide a smoother ride at high speeds and in rough seas, Savannah was fitted with fold-out stabilizer planes, only the 6th such use of this technology in maritime history. The ship also featured a 750 horsepower or 560 kilowatt electric motor geared to the high-pressure steam turbine. Powered by a pair of emergency diesel generators, this provided the ship with rudimentary propulsion in case of a reactor shutdown. Though it was originally intended to simply copy the reactor used aboard the USS Nautilus, Babcock & Wilcox ultimately chose to design a brand new reactor by Patricia Nixon, wife of then Vice President Richard Nixon. As a large crowd looked on, Mrs. Nixon waved a special atomic wand containing a small amount of radioactive material, triggering a Geiger counter. This, in turn, signaled a crane operator to swing the first keel section into position. The same atomic wand had been used by President Eisenhower on September 6, 1954, to initiate the groundbreaking of the Shippingport Atomic Power Station in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, another Atoms for Peace project, and the world's first full-scale nuclear power plant devoted entirely to peacetime uses. Construction of the hull was completed in a little over a year, Savannah being launched and christened by First Lady Mamie Eisenhower on the 21st of July 1959. Fitting out, including reactor installation, fueling, and initial sea trials, took another 2.5 years. The completed ship was a marvel of mid-century engineering and design. Measuring 182 meters long with a beam of 24 meters and a loaded displacement of 19,800 tons, Savannah was powered by a Babcock & Wilcox pressurized water reactor driving twin DeLaval steam turbines with a maximum power output of 20,000 shaft horsepower or 14.9 megawatts. This, along with a streamlined hull, allowed her to reach a maximum speed of 23 knots or 43 kilometers per hour. To provide a smoother ride at high speeds and in rough seas, Savannah was fitted with fold-out stabilizer planes, only the 6th such use of this technology in maritime history. The ship also featured a 750 horsepower or 560 kilowatt electric motor geared to the high-pressure steam turbine. Powered by a pair of emergency diesel generators, this provided the ship with rudimentary propulsion in case of a reactor shutdown. Though it was originally intended to simply copy the reactor used aboard the USS Nautilus, Babcock and Wilcox ultimately chose to design a brand new reactor to civilian specifications. The finalized reactor was fueled by 312 kilograms of low-enriched uranium oxide, enough to power the ship for 3.5 years, or 480,000 kilometers. That's 14 times the circumference of the Earth without refueling. 21 neutron-absorbing control rods arranged between the fuel elements could be raised and lowered to control the rate of the nuclear chain reaction. In an emergency, these rods could be lowered in 1.6 seconds to shut down or scram the reactor. A separate system allowed neutron-absorbing boron to be dumped into the core, but this option was reserved for dire emergencies only, as the core would have to be completely dismantled and cleaned out to get the reactor working again. To protect against collisions and prevent radiation leakage, the reactor was surrounded by an elaborate containment vessel measuring 10 meters in diameter and 50 meters tall and composed of nearly 2 meters of steel, polyethylene, lead, concrete, and redwood planks. Radioactive wastewater was collected in a 38,000-liter storage tank, which, when full, could be pumped out by a special unpowered tender barge called the Nuclear Servicing Vessel, or NSV Atomic Servant. Also featuring a lead-lined storage pit for reactor refueling operations, the Atomic Servant could be made available anywhere in the world. Befitting Savannah's mission as a peaceful nuclear ambassador, the turbine compartment and reactor control room were fitted with large windows and an observation gallery so passengers and the visiting public could observe the miracle of nuclear power firsthand. This ran contrary to the United States' typical policy regarding nuclear technology, prompting President Eisenhower to state, "The ship's design will not be secret. It will be possible for engineers not only of our own country, but of other nations to view the nuclear power plant and see firsthand this demonstration of the great promise of atomic energy for human betterment." But what impressed passengers and visitors most about Savannah was her luxurious accommodations and futuristic style. The ship could accommodate up to 60 passengers in 30 air-conditioned staterooms, each with its own private bathroom, and seat up to 100 in its lavishly appointed dining room. This, in turn, was served by a large galley packed with all the latest gadgets, including a Raytheon radar range, the world's first commercially available microwave oven. This allowed Savannah to host large banquets and other events while in port. Other amenities included a large windowed veranda with a bar, a swimming pool, a library, a barbershop, a well-stocked infirmary with a full surgical suite, and a lounge which doubled as a movie theatre, which showcased paintings by contemporary American artists and featured coffee tables cut from petrified wood and a television screen showing a live feed of the reactor compartment. All this was in turn decorated in a distinctive atomic age style designed by Jack Heaney and Associates of Wilton, Connecticut, which left no doubt as to the ship's revolutionary form of propulsion. Everything from light fixtures to dinnerware to the giant logo splashed across the ship's superstructure bore an instantly recognizable atomic motif. The wine rack behind the bar was modeled after a chart of nuclear decay chains, and one wall of the dining room was dominated by a curved wall sculpture titled Fission by artist Pierre Bourdelle. And at the other ends of the room stood a golden model of the ship's namesake, the pioneering steamship SS Savannah. Uniquely among passenger liners, Savannah could boast that her gleaming white paint job would never have to be smudged by soot, for her clean atomic power plant produced no smoke. While largely advertised as a luxury liner, Savannah was also designed as a freighter. Carry up to 7,700 tons of cargo in 7 holds, totaling 18,500 square meters. 4 forward of the superstructure and reactor compartments, and 3 aft, with hold number 5 located beneath the swimming pool. Like every other aspect of the ship, the 3 cargo handling cranes were specially designed to complement the Savannah's sleek, futuristic appearance. Following initial fitting out, Savannah's reactor first achieved criticality on December the 21st, 1961. Then, on January the 31st, 1962, Captain Gaston Boot took command of the ship and sailed her under temporary oil-fired power to Yorktown, Virginia for sea trials. These trials, attended by representatives of the Atomic Energy Commission, the Maritime Administration, the U.S. Coast Guard, and the ship's builders, culminated in the first full power run on April the 14th, 1962, during which Savannah reached a maximum speed of 22 knots. Meanwhile, a corps of engineers were being specially trained to operate and maintain Savannah's nuclear power plant. Drawn mainly from the United States' Merchant Marine Academy at Kings Point, New York, these men were put through an intensive 15-month course at Babcock and Wilcox's headquarters in Lynchburg, Virginia, using full-scale mock-ups of Savannah's reactor, turbine machinery, and control room. Once operational, Savannah sailed with a complement of 124, 35 engineers, 27 deck officers, 49 stewards, and 13 support staff, including 1 senior nuclear advisor and 3 health physics monitors. At last, on May the 1st, 1962, Savannah was accepted by the Maritime Authority and handed over to her chosen operator, States Marine Lines Incorporated. On August the 20th, she set sail for her home port of Savannah, Georgia, where she received a triumphant welcome, complete with cannon salutes and fireboats spraying giant fountains of water. From here, she transited the Panama Canal and sailed up the Pacific coast to Seattle, where she spent 3 weeks as a popular attraction at the 1962 Century 21 Exposition, the same World's Fair which introduced the city's iconic Space Needle. She then sailed on to San Francisco, Long Beach, and Los Angeles before crossing the Pacific to Honolulu, Hawaii. This was followed by stops in Portland and San Diego before Savannah once again transited the Panama Canal, docking in Galveston, Texas in early 1963 for much-needed maintenance. But then, barely 6 months into her maiden voyage, Savannah's career came to a screeching halt when her 35 engineers walked off the job. The strike had been triggered in November 1962, while Savannah was docked in Los Angeles, when a government-appointed labor arbitrator awarded the ship's deck officers pay raises, which automatically set their salaries higher than those of the engineers. As a result, the engineers would be unable to negotiate higher salaries without also increasing the salaries of the deck officers. Disgusted and prepared to walk off the job immediately, the engineers were persuaded to remain aboard until Savannah reached Galveston. The strike divided political opinion and placed the entire Savannah and Atoms for Peace project under increased scrutiny. Congressman Herbert C. Bonner of North Carolina called the affair a national disgrace, while Congressman Herbert, Secretary of Commerce Luther H. Hodges, painted the engineers as entitled prima donnas, pointing to their enviable salaries of $14,000 to $22,000. That's the equivalent of $140,000 to $220,000 today. Quoting him, "The affair has a strange Alice in Wonderland character that the average American would find hard to believe. These youngsters have put their petty pride and their concern for wage status ahead of any concern for the public interest." Meanwhile, Jesse M. Calhoun, president of Marine Engineers Beneficial Association, defended the engineers, seeing the strike as symptomatic of deeper problems with the Savannah project, quoting him, "This whole affair is a disgrace, all right, just as Congressman Bonner says, but not for the reasons he thinks. The real disgrace is that the Savannah, nearly 4 years after its launching, has made only one trip from the East Coast to the West Coast and back to Galveston. The real disgrace is that the Savannah, far from being a superb example of advanced maritime technology, is not even a first-rate modern ship." As for the engineers themselves, they maintained that the strike had far less to do with money than with the overall state of affairs and work culture on board Savannah. As one senior engineer reveals, "We all felt very proud and lucky to be in on the ground floor of the new era of nuclear shipping. Many of us had been chief engineers on other ships. A few had even done nuclear engineering before we joined the Savannah program. We were appalled at the limited knowledge that the instructors who were supposed to be qualifying us for jobs we already knew more about than they did. More important was the way we felt about the ship itself. We made suggestions for improving the reactor and especially the standard ship equipment. All we got for our pains was resentment. Even when the shipyard agreed with the suggestion, it would soon disappear in a snarl of red tape, and that would be the last we'd hear of it. We lost some of our brightest recruits in those early days. They simply quit in disgust." According to the engineers, the Maritime Authority had initially intended for the Savannah to be designed first and the reactor designed to fit the ship. However, the Atomic Energy Commission forced a reversal of this plan, turning the ship into a mere appendage of the reactor. As a result, while funds were lavished on reactor development, comparatively little of the
I'm not paying much attention.
emphasis on building a massive nuclear stockpile risked frightening the American people. Atoms for Peace was thus conceived as the propaganda wing of the new look, reassuring the public and allowing the US military nuclear program to carry on under the cover of peaceful intentions. The policy also allowed the United States to project and maintain its global influence through the sharing of nuclear materials and technology. Prior to 1949, the United States kept its nuclear capabilities a closely guarded military secret. However, once the Soviet Union detonated its first atomic bomb, it was feared that they would share their atomic secrets with aligned nations and thereby increase their political influence. Eisenhower thus sought to head off the Soviets by sharing American nuclear technology first. Over the course of the Atoms for Peace initiative, the United States exported over 20...
It's really nice how they run out of here without stepping on any mines.
Orbital inbound. Requesting air support.
Southeast, 100 meters. You have ignited the torches of liberty. Extraction awaits. Calling down a sentry!
Shotgun.
Dropping a pin, southeast, 300 meters.
Oh, I have my sound off. Has anyone been talking?
Freedom forever!
It's better to get there safe than fast. We're gonna be fast anyway.
Activating jump pad.
Extraction is available.
Bug tunnel breach!
Heavy.
We got a
Northwest,
Bile Titan.
50 meters.
Oh, nice hit. Wow. Excellent shooting.
Target location, west.
Throwing supply beacon. Calling down fortifications.
Deploying minefield.
To the sky!
Shut up. I'm busy right now.
Extraction is available.
You get me killed.
Marking location, southeast.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Shit, try not to set off the mines. They're there for good reason. They'll help. They're really fun.
Tons of highly enriched uranium to 30 countries, with many countries, including Israel and Pakistan, receiving their first research reactors and medicine installations to the program. Meanwhile,
Turn it clockwise. That's fine.
As we shall see, this policy would have actual consequences which are still being felt to this very day. In addition to supplying nations with fissile materials, medical isotopes, and research reactors, Atoms for Peace also manifests the training of foreign scientists and technicians in nuclear technology, the development of nuclear reactors for civilian electricity generation, as well as the absolute batch crazy Project Power Shares, which sought to find ways of using nuclear weapons for peaceful purposes like digging canals and stimulating petroleum production. And to learn more about this, please do check out our previous video. That time the Soviets tried to extinguish a fire with a nuke for reasons. And another decidedly less insane idea was Eisenhower's 1955 proposal to build a nuclear-powered cargo ship. The nuclear submarine USS Nautilus, launched in 1954, proved that nuclear marine propulsion was safe and reliable, and it was hoped that this technology would make global commerce more efficient, cost-effective, and profitable. As with land-based reactor programs, Eisenhower also hoped that an effective demonstration of peaceful nuclear marine propulsion would convince the private sector to invest in the technology, further reducing the government's monopoly on nuclear technology. The project was approved by Congress in July 1960, based on the Joint Administration of the Atomic Energy Commission, or AEC, the United States Maritime Administration, or NARAD, and the United States Department of Commerce. Design of the vessel was assigned to naval architects George G. Sharp Incorporated of New York City, and development of a reactor to Babcock and Wilcox of Lynchburg, Virginia, who had already designed marine reactors for the US Navy. The vessel was dubbed the nuclear ship Savannah in homage to the USS Savannah, the first steam-powered ship.
Worth a shot.
Ocean in 1818. As originally envisioned, the NS Savannah project had 5 main goals. First, it would demonstrate to the world the United States government's commitment to the peaceful use of nuclear power. Second, it would help convince the public that nuclear power shipping was safe and reliable. Third, it would allow any practical issues with operating nuclear technology in a civilian and commercial environment to be worked out. Fourth, it would experimentally infuse nuclear power into the maritime shipping industry. And fifth, it would stimulate the creation of new laws and procedures for accommodating nuclear-powered vessels into said industry. As President Lyndon B. Johnson would later state, the nuclear ship Savannah is more than a demonstration of American technology and engineering skill. She is also an expression of our belief that through the expansion of world trade and the exchange of ideas and materials, a better world can be created for everyone. She is a prophet of a brighter future, a symbol of hope for tomorrow. As our brave, tiny namesake was almost 150 years ago, the Savannah is a true carrying swiftly across the 7 seas, proof that the mighty power which propels her, the atom, can help all men to enter peace, prosperity, and progress. However, Savannah's unusual status as both technology demonstrator and global ambassador for peaceful
Mark the charger, I can drop one.
unique challenges for its societies. By the time the project was approved, the ship's mandate had changed from simple bulk cargo carrier to combination freighter and ocean liner capable of carrying passengers in style and luxury. This placed a much greater emphasis on safety and comfort. The balance of protection against collisions the reactor had to be used very central to the ship. However, it also had to be easily accessible from the top to a now reported field. Engineers at George G. Sharp Incorporated thus moved the superstructure farther back on the deck, giving the ship a distinctive profile. Indeed, the entire ship was designed for maximum visual impact, clean, futuristic lines, and dripping in mid-century modern style. As we will see, however, the emphasis on style would severely impact Savannah's effectiveness as a commercial vessel. Construction of Savannah began in 1948 with the New York Shipbuilding Corporation shipyard in Camden. shares. On May the 22nd, National Maritime Day, Savannah's keel was laid down in an unusual ceremony presided over by Patricia Nixon.
Orbital strike incoming.
As a large crowd looked on, Mrs. Nixon waved a special atomic wand containing a small amount of radioactive material, triggering a Geiger counter. This, in turn, signaled a crane operator to swing the first keel section into position. The same atomic wand had been used by President Eisenhower on September 6, 1954, to initiate the groundbreaking of the shipping port atomic power station in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, another atoms project, and the world's first full-scale nuclear power plant devoted entirely to peacetime uses. Construction of the hull was completed in a little over a year.
Dropping a pin,
Christened by
northeast,
First Lady
300 meters.
Eisenhower on the 21st of July 1959. Fitting out, including reactor installation, fueling, and initial sea trials, took another 2.5 years. The completed ship was a marvel of mid-century engineering and design. Measuring 182 meters long with a beam of 24 meters and a load displacement of 19,800 tons, Savannah was powered by Babcock and Wilcox pressurized water reactor, driving twin Delaware steam turbines with a maximum power output of 20,000 shaft horsepower or 14.9 This, along with a streamlined hull, allowed her to reach a maximum speed of 23 knots on 43 kilometers per hour. To provide a smoother ride from high speeds and rough seas, Savannah was fitted with fold-out stabilizer planes, only the sixth such use of this technology.
Proceed to extraction when
The
ready.
ship also featured a 750 horsepower or 560 kilowatt electric motor geared to the high-pressure steam turbine. Powered by a pair of emergency diesel generators, this provided the ship with rudimentary propulsion in case of a reactor shutdown. Though it was originally intended to simply copy the reactor used aboard the USS Nautilus, Babcock and Wilcox ultimately chose to design a brand new reactor to civilian specifications. The finalized reactor was fueled by 312 kilograms of low-enriched uranium oxide, enough to power the ship for 3.5 years or 480,000 kilometers, that's 40 times the circumference of the Earth without refueling. 21 neutron-absorbing control rods arranged between the fuel elements could be raised and lowered to control the rate of the nuclear chain reaction. In an emergency, these rods would be lowered every 6 seconds to shut down or scrap the reactor. The separate system allowed neutron-absorbing boron to be dumped into the core, but this option was reserved for dire emergencies only, as the core would have to be
Thanks for coming back for me.
cleaned out to get the reactor working again. To protect against collisions and prevent radiation leakage, the reactor was surrounded by an elaborate containment vessel measuring 10 meters in diameter and 15 meters tall and composed of nearly 2 meters of steel, polyethylene, lead, concrete, and redwood planks. Radioactive wastewater was collected in a 38,000 liter storage tank, which, when full, could be pumped out by a special unpowered tender barge called the nuclear servicing vessel. Also featuring a lead storage bit for reactor refueling operations, the atomic servant could be made available anywhere in the world. Befitting Savannah's mission as a peaceful nuclear ambassador, the turbine compartment and reactor control room were fitted with large windows and an observation gallery so passengers and the visiting public could observe the miracle of nuclear power firsthand. This ran contrary to the United States' typical policy regarding nuclear technology, prompting President Eisenhower to state, the ship's design will not be secret. It will be possible for engineers not only of our own country, but of other nations to view the nuclear power plant and see firsthand this demonstration of great promise.
Extraction is available.
But what impressed passengers and visitors most about Savannah was her luxurious accommodations and futuristic style. The ship could accommodate up to 60 passengers in 30 air-conditioned staterooms, each with its own private bathroom, and seat up to 100 in its lavishly appointed dining room. This in turn was served by a large galley packed with all the latest gadgets, including a Raytheon radar range, the world's first commercially available microwave oven. This allowed Savannah to host large banquets and other events while in port. Other amenities included a large windowed veranda with a bar, a swimming pool, a library, a barbershop, a well-stocked infirmary with a full surgical suite, and a lounge which doubled as a movie theatre which showcased paintings by contemporary American artists and featured coffee tables cut from petrified wood and a television screen showing a live feed of the reactor compartment. All this was in turn decorated in a distinctive atomic age style designed by Jack Heaney and Associates of Wilton, Connecticut, which left no doubt as to the ship's revolutionary form of propulsion. Everything from light fixtures to dinnerware to the giant logo splashed across the ship's superstructure bore an instantly recognizable atomic motif. The wine rack behind the bar was modeled after a chart of nuclear decay chains, and one wall of the dining room was dominated by a curved wall sculpture titled Fishing by artist Pierre Bourdelle. And at the other end of the room stood a golden model of the ship's namesake, the pioneering steamship SS Savannah. Uniquely among passenger liners, Savannah could boast that her gleaming white paint job would never have to be smudged by soot for her clean atomic power plant produced no smoke. While largely advertised as a luxury liner, Savannah
What was
was
that
also
about?
designed as a freighter and carry up to 7,700 tons of cargo. Its holds totaling 18,500 square meters. 4 forward of the superstructure and reactor compartment, and 3 aft, with
This is a fun ride.
5 located beneath the swimming pool. Like every other aspect of the ship, the 3 cargo handling cranes were specially designed to complement the Savannah's sleek, futuristic appearance. Following initial fitting out, Savannah's reactor first achieved criticality on December the 21st,
Proceed to extraction
then on
when ready.
April the 31st, 1962, Captain Gaston took command of the ship and sailed her under temporary oil-fired power to Yorktown, Virginia for sea trials. These trials, attended by representatives of the Atomic Energy Commission, the Maritime
Eagle One,
Administration,
drawing
the
your
US
rearm.
Coast Guard, and the ship's builders, culminated in the first full power run on April the 14th, 1962, during which Savannah reached a maximum speed of 22 knots. Meanwhile, a corps of engineers were being specially trained to operate and maintain Savannah's nuclear power plant. Drawn mainly from the United States' Merchant Marine Academy at Kings Point, New York, these men were put through an intensive 15-month course at Babcock and Wilcox's headquarters in Virginia, using full-scale mock-ups of Savannah's reactor, turbine machinery, and control room. Once operational, Savannah sailed with a complement of 124, 35 engineers, 27 deck officers, 49 stewards, and 13 support staff, including 1 senior nuclear advisor and 3 health physics miners.
Deploying
At last,
minefield.
on May 1st, 1962, Savannah was accepted by the Maritime Authority and handed over to her chosen operator, State Marine Incorporated. On August the 20th, she set sail for her home port of Savannah, Georgia, where she
1 minute,
received
30 seconds.
welcome complete with cannon seats and fireboats spreading giant mountains of water. From here, she transited the Panama Canal and sailed up the Pacific coast to Seattle, where she spent 3 weeks as a popular attraction at the 1962 Century Theater Exposition, the same World's Fair which introduced the space. She then sailed on to San Francisco, Long Beach, and Los Angeles before crossing the Pacific to Honolulu, Hawaii. This was followed by stops in Portland and San Diego before Savannah once again transited to Galveston, Texas in early 1963 for much-needed maintenance. But then, barely 6 months into her maiden voyage, Savannah's career came to a screeching halt when her 35 engineers walked off the job. The strike had been triggered in November 1963 while Savannah was docked in Los Angeles, where a government-appointed labor arbitrator awarded the ship's deck officers pay raises, which automatically set their salaries higher than those of the engineers. As a result, the engineers would be unable to negotiate higher salaries without also increasing the salaries of the deck officers. Disgusted and prepared to walk off the job immediately, the engineers were persuaded to remain aboard until Savannah reached Galveston. The strike divided political opinion and placed the entire Savannah National Peace Project under increased scrutiny. Congressman Herbert C. Bonner of North Carolina called the affair a national disgrace, while Congressman Herbert, Secretary of Commerce, and Luther H. Hodges painted the engineers as entitled dollars, pointing to their enviable salaries of $14,000 to $22,000. That's the equivalent of $140,000 to $220,000 today.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Wonderland character that the average American would find
Pelican 1, landing in
These
progress.
youngsters have put their petty pride and their concern for wage status ahead of any concern for the public interest. Meanwhile, Jesse and Calhoun, the presidents of Marine Engineers Beneficial Association, defended the engineers, seeing the strike as symptomatic of deeper problems with the Savannah project, quoting him. This whole affair is a disgrace and right, just as Congressman Bonner says, but not for the reasons he thinks. The real disgrace is that the Savannah, nearly 4 years after its launching, has made only one trip from the east coast to the west coast, back to Galveston. The real disgrace is that the Savannah, far from being a superb example of advanced maritime technology, is not even a reverse marine modern ship. As for the engineers,
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
far less money than the overall state repairs and work through the ports. As one senior engineer reveals,
Today
we all
you've
felt
gone
very proud
another
and lucky to be
in a
on the
long
ground
climb
floor
to
of the new era of nuclear shipping. Many of us had been chief engineers on other ships. A few had even done nuclear engineering before we joined the Savannah program. We were appalled at the limited knowledge of the instructors who were supposed to be qualifying us for jobs we already knew more about than they did. More important was the way we felt about the ship itself. We made suggestions for improving the reactor and especially the standard ship equipment. All we got for our pains was resentment. Even when the shipyard agreed with the suggestion, it would soon disappear in a snarl of red tape, and that would be the last we'd hear of it. We lost some of our brightest recruits in those early days. They simply quit in disgust. According to the engineers, the Maritime Authority had initially intended for the Savannah to be designed first and the reactor designed to fit the ship. However, the Atomic Energy Commission forced the reversal of this plan, turning the ship into a mere appendage of the reactor. As a result, while funds were lavished on reactor development, comparatively little of the budget was allocated to the design of the ship. This was further compounded by the 1906 Suez crisis, which increased global demand for cargo vessels and caused shipbuilding costs to skyrocket. Furthermore, the Soviet Union's announcement that they were building their own nuclear-powered civilian ship, the icebreaker Lenin, placed increased pressure on George G. Sharp Incorporated to finish the Savannah first. All this resulted in a ship that, while outwardly impressive, was riddled with serious flaws. As another engineer put it, the Savannah is like a man who has a bright smile and a great coat of suntan. He looks healthy and vigorous. Then you talk to his doctor and find out that he has diabetes, high blood pressure, and a stomach ulcer. That's the way it is with the ship. She looks beautiful on the outside, but inside she's full of substandard and obsolete equipment that keeps breaking down. The strike brought to light a whole laundry list of flaws plaguing the Savannah, running the gamut from merely annoying to potentially dangerous. For example, the original telephone system was so defective it had to be replaced at an additional cost of $50,000. The air conditioning system often failed and sometimes leaked, ruining the expensive carpets in the passenger staterooms. The bridge deck lacked adequate drainage and often filled with water during rainstorms, while the ship's machine shop was full of outdated equipment. More serious problems included a faulty gyro stabilizer, which during one test cruise failed and caused the ship to roll violently, knocking passengers to the deck and nearly emptying the swimming pool. Even the reactor was not free of faults, in spite of the care and funds lavished on its development. For instance, wastewater production greatly exceeded the ship's storage capacity, forcing Savannah to dump over 440,000 litres of radioactive water into the sea during its first year of operation. This in turn rendered the support barge useless. The steam generator feed pumps constantly broke down and had to be rebuilt 3 times, while the AEC insisted upon the installation of 2 auxiliary boilers as a safety feature. However, these boilers proved inadequate for the task, with one of them even exploding while the ship was underway. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, but the most serious flaw of all was the hydraulic system for raising and lowering the control rods, which could leak and catch fire while the reactor was powered up. This forced the builders to install a complicated and expensive system to keep the containment vessel flooded with 3,500 cubic meters of nitrogen and prevent fires from breaking out. This further complicated operations, as all that nitrogen had to be pumped out before anyone could enter the containment vessel to perform maintenance. Several of these problems made themselves apparent during the Savannah's maiden voyage. While sailing from Yorktown, Virginia to Savannah, Georgia, a sensor error caused the reactor to automatically passengers in style and luxury. This placed a much greater emphasis on safety and comfort. For balance and protection against collisions, the reactor had to be placed in the very center of the ship. However, it also had to be easily accessible from the top to allow the core to be refueled. Engineers at George G. Sharp Incorporated thus moved the superstructure farther back on the deck, giving the ship a distinctive profile. Indeed, the entire ship was designed for maximum visual impact, with clean, futuristic lines dripping in mid-century modern style. As we will see, however, the emphasis on style would severely impact Savannah's effectiveness as a commercial vessel. Construction of Savannah began in 1958 at the New York Shipbuilding Corporation shipyard in Camden, New Jersey. On May the 22nd, National Maritime Day, Savannah's keel was laid down in an unusual ceremony presided over by Patricia Nixon, wife of then Vice President Richard Nixon. As a large crowd looked on, Mrs. Nixon waved a special atomic wand containing a small amount of radioactive material, triggering a Geiger counter. This, in turn, signaled a crane operator to swing the first keel section into position. The same atomic wand had been used by President Eisenhower on September the 6th, 1954, to initiate the groundbreaking of the Shippingport Atomic Power Station in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, another atomic project and the world's first full-scale nuclear power plant devoted entirely to peacetime uses. Construction of the hull was completed in a little over a year. Christened by First Lady Mamie Eisenhower on the 21st of July. Fitting out, including reactor installation, fueling, and initial sea trials, took another 2.5 years. The completed ship was a marvel of mid-century engineering and design. Measuring 182 meters long with a beam of 24 meters and a loaded displacement of 19,800 tons, Savannah was powered by a Babcock & Wilcox pressurized water reactor driving twin de Laval steam turbines with a maximum power output of 20,000 shaft horsepower or 14.9 megawatts. This, along with a streamlined hull, allowed her to reach a maximum speed of 23 knots or 43 kilometers per hour. To provide a smoother ride at high speeds and in rough seas, Savannah was fitted with fold-out stabilizer planes, only the 6th such use of this technology in maritime history. The ship also featured a 750 horsepower or 560 kilowatt electric motor geared to the high-pressure steam turbine. Powered by a pair of emergency diesel generators, this provided the ship with rudimentary propulsion in case of a reactor shutdown. Though it was originally intended to simply copy the reactor used aboard the USS Nautilus, Babcock and Wilcox ultimately chose to design a brand new reactor to civilian specifications. The finalized reactor was fueled by 312 kilograms of low-enriched uranium oxide, enough to power the ship for 3.5 years, or 480,000 kilometers. That's 14 times the circumference of the Earth without refueling. 21 neutron-absorbing control rods arranged between the fuel elements could be raised and lowered to control the rate of the nuclear chain reaction. In an emergency, these rods could be lowered in 1.6 seconds to shut down or scram the reactor. A separate system allowed neutron-absorbing boron to be dumped into the core, but this option was reserved for dire emergencies only, as the core would have to be completely dismantled and cleaned out to get the reactor working. To protect against collisions and prevent radiation leakage, the reactor was surrounded by an elaborate containment vessel measuring 10 meters in diameter and 15 meters tall and composed of nearly 2 meters of steel, polyethylene, lead, concrete, and aluminum planks. Radioactive wastewater was collected in a 38,000-meter storage tank, which, when full, could be pumped out by a special unpowered tender barge called the Nuclear Servicing Vessel, or NSV Atomic Servant. Also featuring a lead-lined storage pit for reactor refueling operations, the Atomic Servant could be made available anywhere in the world. Befitting Savannah's mission as a peaceful nuclear ambassador, the teardown compartment and reactor control room were fitted with large windows and an observation gallery so passengers and the visiting public could observe the miracle of nuclear power firsthand. This ran contrary to the United States' typical policy regarding nuclear technology, prompting President Eisenhower to state, "The ship's design will not be secret. It will be possible for engineers not only of our own country, but of other nations to
Sending
build a
down
nuclear
support
power
weapon.
plant and see firsthand this demonstration of great promise of atomic energy metals." But what impressed passengers and visitors most about Savannah was her luxurious accommodations and futuristic style. The ship could accommodate up to 60 passengers in 30 air-conditioned staterooms, each with its own private bathroom, and seat up to 100 in its lavishly appointed dining room. This, in turn, was served by a large galley packed with all the latest gadgets, including a Raytheon radar range, the world's first commercially available microwave oven. This allowed Savannah to host large banquets and other events while in port. Other amenities included a large windowed veranda with a bar, a swimming pool, a library, a barbershop, a well-stocked infirmary with a full surgical suite, and a lounge which doubled as a movie theatre which showcased paintings by contemporary American artists and featured coffee tables lined with petrified wood and a television screen showing a live feed of the reactor compartment. All this was in turn decorated in a distinctive atomic age style designed by Giannini and Associates of Wills in Connecticut, which left no doubt as to the ship's revolutionary propulsion. Everything from light fixtures to dinnerware to the giant logo splashed across the ship's superstructure bore an instantly recognizable atomic motif. The wine rack behind the bar was modeled after a chart of nuclear decay chains, and one wall of the dining room was dominated by a curved wall sculpture titled Fission by artist Pierre Baudel. And at the other ends of the room stood a golden model of the ship's namesake, the pioneering steamship SS Savannah. Uniquely among passenger liners, Savannah could boast that her gleaming white paint job would never have to be smudged by soot, but her clean atomic power plant produced no smoke. While largely advertised as a luxury liner, Savannah was also designed as a freighter. It could carry up to 7,700 tons of cargo in 7 holds, totaling 18,500 square meters. 4 forward of the superstructure and reactor compartment, and 3 aft, with hold number 5 located beneath the swimming pool. Like every other aspect of the ship, the 3 cargo handling cranes were specially designed to complement Savannah's sleek and futuristic appearance. Following initial fitting out, Savannah's reactor first achieved criticality on December the 21st, 1961. Then, on January the 31st, 1962, Captain Gaston de Groot took command of the ship and sailed her under temporary oil-fired power to Yorktown, Virginia for sea trials. These trials, attended by representatives of the Atomic Energy Commission and Maritime Administration, the U.S. Coast Guard, and the ship's builders, culminated in the first full-power run on April the 14th, 1962, during which Savannah reached a maximum speed of 22 knots. Meanwhile, the Corps of Engineers were being specially trained to operate and maintain Savannah's nuclear power plant. Drawn mainly from the United States' Merchant Marine Academy of Kingston, New York, these men were put through an intensive 15-month course at Babcock and Wilcox's headquarters in Lynchburg, Virginia, using full-scale mock-ups of Savannah's reactor, turbine, machinery, and control room. Once operational, Savannah sailed with a complement of 124, 35 engineers, 27 deck officers, 49 stewards, and 30 support staff, including 1 senior nuclear advisor and 3 health physics monitors. At last, on May 1st, 1962, Savannah was accepted by the Maritime Authority and handed over to her chosen operator, States Marine Lines Incorporated. On August the 20th, she set sail for her home port of Savannah, Georgia, where she received a well, complete with cannon suits and fireboats spreading the track. From here, she transited Panama and sailed up the Pacific coast to Seattle, where she spent 3 weeks as a popular attraction at the 1962 Century 21 Exposition, the same World's Fair which introduced the city's iconic Space Needle. She then sailed on to San Francisco, Long Beach, and Los Angeles before crossing the Pacific to Honolulu, Hawaii. This was followed by stops in Portland and San Diego before Savannah once again transited Panama, now docking in Galveston, Texas in early 1963 on routine maintenance. But then, barely 6 months into a maiden voyage, Savannah's career came to a screeching halt when her 35 engineers who had walked off the job. The strike had been triggered in November 1962 while Savannah was docked in Los Angeles, when the government-appointed labor arbitrator awarded the ship's deck officers pay raises which automatically set their salaries higher than those of the engineers. As a result, the engineers would be unable to negotiate higher salaries without also increasing the salaries of the deck officers. Disgusted and prepared to walk off the job immediately, the engineers were persuaded to remain aboard until Savannah reached Galveston. The strike divided political opinion and placed the entire Savannah and Atoms for Peace project under increased scrutiny. Congressman Herbert C. Bonner of North Carolina called the affair a national disgrace, while Congressman Herbert, Secretary of Commerce Luther H. Hodges, painted the engineers as entitled prima donnas, pointing to their annual salaries of $14,000 to $22,000. That's the equivalent of $140,000 to $220,000 today. Quoting him, "The affair has a strange Alice in Wonderland character that the average American would find hard to believe. These youngsters have put their petty pride and their concern for wage status ahead of any concern for the public interest." Meanwhile, Jesse M. Calhoun, president of Marine Engineers Beneficial Association, defended the engineers, seeing the strike as symptomatic of deeper problems with the Savannah project. Quoting him, "This whole affair is a disgrace, right? Just as Congressman Bonner says, but not for the reasons he thinks. The real disgrace is that the Savannah, nearly 4 years after its launching, has made only one trip from the East Coast to the West Coast and back to Galveston. The real disgrace is that the Savannah, far from being a superb example of advanced maritime technology, is not even a first-rate modern ship." As for the engineers themselves, they maintained that the strike had far less to do with money than with the overall state of affairs and work culture on board Savannah. As one senior engineer reveals, "We all felt very proud and lucky to be in on the ground floor of the new era of nuclear shipping. Many of us had been chief engineers on other ships. A few had even done nuclear engineering before we joined the Savannah program. We were appalled at the limited knowledge that the instructors who were supposed to be qualifying us for jobs we already knew more about than they did. More important was the way we felt about the ship itself. We made suggestions for improving the reactor and especially the standard ship equipment. All we got for our pains was resentment. Even when the shipyard agreed with the suggestion, it would soon disappear in a snarl of red tape, and that would be the last we hear of it. We lost some of our brightest recruits in that case. They simply quit in disgust." According to the engineers, the Maritime Authority had initially intended Savannah to be designed first and the reactor second in the ship. However, the Atomic Energy Commission forced the reversal of this plan, turning the ship into a mere appendage of the reactor. As a result, while funds were managed on reactor development, comparatively little of the budget was allocated to the design of the ship. This was further compounded by the 1906 Suez crisis, which increased global demand for cargo vessels and caused shipbuilding costs to skyrocket. Furthermore, the Soviet Union's announcement that they were building their own nuclear-powered civilian ship, the icebreaker Lenin, placed increased pressure on the George G. Ship Incorporated to finish the Savannah first. All this resulted in a ship that, while publicly impressive, is riddled with serious flaws. As another engineer put it, the Savannah is like a man who has a bright smile and a great
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldivers.
Then you talk to his doctor and find out that he has diabetes, high blood pressure, and stomach ulcer. That's the way it is with the ship. She looks beautiful on the outside, but inside she's full of substandard and obsolete equipment that keeps breaking down. The strike brought to light a whole laundry list of flaws plaguing the Savannah, running the gamut from merely annoying to potentially dangerous. For example, the original telephone system was so defective it had to be replaced at an additional cost of $50,000. The air conditioning system often failed and sometimes leaked, ruining the expensive markets in the passenger staterooms. The bridge deck lacked adequate drainage, often filled with water during rainstorms, while the ship's machine shop was full of outdated equipment. More serious problems included a faulty gyro stabilizer, which during one test cruise failed and caused the ship to roll violently, knocking passengers to the deck and nearly Even the reactor was not free of faults, in spite of the care and unsavage for its development. For instance, wastewater production greatly exceeded the ship's storage capacity, forcing Savannah to dump over 140,000 litres of radioactive water into the sea during its first year of operation. This in turn rendered the support barge useless. Steam generators and heat pumps constantly broke down and had to be rebuilt 3 times, while the AEC insisted upon the installation of 2 auxiliary boilers as a second feature. However, these boilers were inadequate for the task, with one of them even exploding while the ship was away. Thankfully, nobody was hurt, but the most serious flaw of all was the hydraulic system that makes the control rods, which could leak and catch fire while the reactor was powered up. This forced the builders to install a complicated and expensive system to keep the containment vessel flooded with 3,500 cubic meters of nitrogen and prevent fires from breaking out. This further complicated operations, as all that nitrogen had to be pumped out before anyone could enter the containment vessel to perform maintenance. Several of these problems made themselves apparent during the Savannah's maiden voyage. While sailing from Yorktown, Virginia to Savannah, Georgia, a sensor error caused the reactor to automatically scram. This in turn caused the oxygen system to temperature in the stations to soar. With only a small electric motor for emergency propulsion, the crew raised the air and calls on the ship's mast, the universal maritime signal for "We are out of command, we have no power, keep clear of us." After 2 frantic hours, the reactor was finally restarted in Savannah, reaching steam into its home port. Ironically, in spite of all of these tough corners, Savannah did not even succeed in beating its Soviet counterpart to sea. Then it was launched in 1957 and entered service in 1959, a full 3 years ahead of Savannah. In response to the strike, the state marine lines took its floating port for its yield. Eventually, a settlement was worked out, but the Department of Commerce chose instead to end its contract with States Marine Lines and turn operation of the Savannah over to American exporters Branston Lines. This allowed the hiring and training of a new non-union crew, igniting a lingering debate on the future operation of nuclear-powered commercial ships. By 1964, Savannah was operational once more and embarked on a global tour that took her all along the US Gulf and East coasts and across the Atlantic to Bremerhaven, Hamburg, Rotterdam, and Southampton. During this tour, more than 100,000 people aboard the ship. The following year, however, American exporters Branston Lines discontinued passenger operations to reduce operating costs and converted Savannah to all-cargo use, closing off passenger areas and removing 18 tons of ballast. However, the many compromises which have been incorporated into Savannah's design greatly hampered her effectiveness. A sleek, streamlined hull limited her cargo capacity to 7,700 tons of cargo, significantly less than size. The cargo holds were also awkwardly shaped and laborious to load and unload, especially cargo bay number 5, which was covered by the swimming pool and could only be accessed through narrow sideboards. Worse still, Savannah's cargo handling booms, designed more for aesthetics than functionality.
I just called in another Hoverpack if someone wants to try it.
These were all serious handicaps, especially in an industry increasingly dominated by automated, containerized shipping systems. Nonetheless, Savannah continued to operate as a commercial freighter and nuclear ambassador for another 6 years, with a brief pause in 1968 for refueling in Galveston. In 1969, she became the first nuclear vessel to dock in New York Harbor and served as the centerpiece of a special event which featured various events, including a presentation by Dr. Glenn Seaborg, the discoverer of the plutonium mission, and 2 special segments on The Tonight Show. By 1970, however, Savannah's nuclear economics not only could she carry less cargo less efficiently than the ship's size, but she needed a crew a third larger who required special training and cost $2 million more per year to operate than a conventional oil-fueled freighter. With costs piling up, the Maritime Administration decided to retire Savannah at the end of 1970. Ironically, as Mara had waited just a few years, Savannah might actually have made something of a comeback. While fuel oil cost only $20 a ton in 1971, the 1973 oil crisis caused this price to quadruple, meaning Savannah would have been no more expensive to operate than a conventional oil-powered ship. But it was not to be, and in 1975, Savannah's reactor was decommissioned and defueled, bringing her career to an end. Over a brief service life, the Savannah traveled 830,000 kilometers, 20 times the circumference of the Earth, carried 841 passengers, visited 45 domestic and 32 foreign ports, and was visited by 1.4 million people worldwide, all without a single major safety incident. At the same time, however, she cost $47 million to build, nearly $500 million in today's money, was constantly beset by technical problems and labor disputes, and never turned a profit for its operators. Nor did she usher in the new age of nuclear merchant shipping, with only 3 more nuclear-powered civilian vessels ever being constructed. Experimental West German freighter Otto Hahn launched in 1968 with the diesel power in 1979, the Japanese Ocean oceanographic research vessel Mitsu, launched in 1970 but converted to the conventionally propelled RV Mirai in 1996, and the Soviet lighter aboard the ship carrier Sevnoport, launched in 1988 and still in service today. The Soviet Union, and later Russia, have also launched 12 nuclear-powered icebreakers, including the Lenin, that these are largely operated by the government and are not considered commercial vessels. Yet despite all of this,
Try to not leave
it
an empty gun laying around.
After all, her designers never really intended for her to be commercially competitive. From the outset, her mission was to demonstrate the feasibility and safety of commercial maritime nuclear propulsion and to serve as a global ambassador for the Atoms for Peace initiative, roles she performed with admirable success. In this sense, she was very much like her namesake, the SS Savannah, which, despite the technological advancement she represented, never succeeded in turning a profit. A primitive steam engine consumed so much wood that there was barely any space left aboard for cargo. That NS Savannah failed to turn a profit or launch a new industry has more to do with external economic factors and administrative errors than any flaw in the Savannah's technical design. As former Married Inspection Officer Robert J. Bosnack stated, the Savannah performed well from an operational point of view, but in my opinion, her designers condemned her to a short life by a hybrid design as a passenger cargo vessel. Neither function of the ship proved to be economically viable, and Maritime Association chose not to spend additional monies to convert her to all-cargo or all-passenger vessel, but instead removed her from service. I regret that this happened. Indeed, Savannah was arguably among the most successful aspects of the entire Atoms program, whose overall results were largely mixed. While the program succeeded in creating a commercial nuclear industry, failure to invest long-term in reactor design, improvement, and maintenance led to industry stagnation and public disillusionment with nuclear power, especially following high-profile accidents like 3 Mile Islands, Chernobyl, and Fukushima. And while dozens of countries benefited greatly from American assistance with research reactors and nuclear medicine, in a few cases the program encouraged the very nuclear proliferation it was designed to curtail. For example, the nuclear weapons programs of India and Pakistan, which achieved their first successful detonations in 1974 and 1998 respectively, were greatly accelerated by technical and material assistance provided through Atoms for Peace. Following the decommissioning, Savannah was acquired by her namesake city and port, plans to convert her into a floating hotel, though investors never materialized. After briefly being stored in Galveston in 1981, the ship was acquired by the Patriot Naval and Maritime Museum in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, who opened it up doors.
100 meters.
The National Register of Historic Places in 1982, declared a mechanical engineering landmark in 1983, and was named both a nuclear engineering landmark and a national historic landmark in 1991, with the customary 50-year age requirement for the latter designation being specially waived due to her historical significance. Sadly, Savannah proved far less of a draw than Patriot Point's other ships, especially the aircraft carrier USS Yorktown, and in 1994 the museum chose to terminate the ship's charter. Over the following decade, Savannah was shuttled between Baltimore, Maryland, Newport News, Virginia, and Norfolk, Virginia for various repair and preservation works. Finally, on May the 8th, 2008, she was towed to Baltimore and docked at the Canton Marine Terminal's Pier 13, besides the World War II Liberty ship SS John W. Brown, where she remains to this day. Since its retirement and defueling in the 1970s, Savannah has been licensed by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the successor to the AEC, who regularly monitor radiation levels and fund the ship's maintenance to the tune of $3 million per year. However, in 2008, following Savannah's arrival in Baltimore, the NRC announced its intention to fully decommission the ship's nuclear power systems and terminate its license, allowing the ship to be preserved, scrapped, or otherwise disposed of. Pre-decommissioning work took place at the Philadelphia Naval Yard between September 2019 and February 2020, while in November 2022, the Navy active vessel was removed and shipped to a nuclear repository in Utah for disposal. Remaining areas of radioactive contamination are gradually being cleaned up, with full decommissioning to be completed no later than 2031. Whilst that happens, the ship's ultimate fate will be up in the air. While the hope is to convert the ship into a museum or other public attraction, no investors have yet materialized. If no funds can be secured, there is a real possibility that NS Savannah may wind up in the shipbreaker's yard. In the meantime, the ship remains in a state of limbo, diligently maintained by a dedicated group of volunteers and occasionally opened up for tour groups and special events. Time will tell what fate awaits this retro
Terminate outpost destroyed.
Beaming relic of a more wide-eyed and optimistic
Tunnel breach!
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 300 meters. Orbital strike!
Calling down a sentry.
West, 50 meters. Throwing grenade!
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Requesting objective equipment. Calling down fortifications. Requesting fortifications. Requesting advanced weaponry. Tagging location, southwest. Bugs, southwest. Marking location.
What about a nice cup of liberty? Requesting fortification.
That was nice.
Enemy elite. West, 100 meters. Engage terminal.
Oh, these are always fun to watch.
Why is
Well, not
Tom
always.
spelled that way?
What should our legs actually be called?
How did our naughty bits get their names?
Find out as we keep things anatomically correct in another full-bodied episode. Upwards. Welcome to another Words Unravel. I'm Rob Watts, YouTube channel Rob Words.
And I'm Jessica Ferris, author of the
Has
etymology books Once
prevailed.
Upon a Word and
Now
Words
head
from
to the
Hell. And
extraction
today we are unlocking the beauty and the horrors of the human meat sack through the magical ways we discuss aspects of ourselves inside and out.
The human meat sack, Jess.
Indeed. I mean, it's accurate. It's also a bone bag, for what that's worth.
These remind me of the old English terms for body.
Sending in an
Things like
eagle.
bone locker, weren't they?
No, that's the thing, though. It's like words for body parts and the things that come out of them are such a curious function of the English language because they are fundamental to our very existence, but
And a lot of
they're
people can't spell
dramatically
anything
misunderstood
anymore.
throughout medical history. And then the names are super eclectic. Like,
Have you noticed the people that do the... they just use T-H-E-R-E all the time. Like there is no other form of there. And it can't be because they don't know. It's because they're lazy or stupid. Anyway, that's super annoying. And then, to other word, people always have started really well, they recently started messing with me. It really bugs me. What is it's the same kind of, yeah, not using, then or than, just typing then all the time. I'd rather go to the park than to school.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Anyway, that's stupid. And then I've noticed it on a lot of streamers. And well, some YouTube presenters, but then it seemed like they got out of the habit. But they've been doing this. Well, the vocal fry thing has been a thing for a long time, where people sound all pretentious and like, "Thank you." You know, but the way it ends, that's.
Calling down fortifications. Come on in.
Yeah, not using the right then and there. Oh, the vocal fry. It's like it's a as the intonation deepens and it trails off, it sounds really pretentious. Like you call the guardian. So and so's busy right now. Can I leave a message? Thank you. I don't think I can even do it. I'm not really that kind of person. But anyway. The other thing is the T glottling, which I had no idea what that meant. But I had to, somehow I managed to look up what was bothering me, and that's what I found. And that's when two T's together in a word suddenly cancel each other out, I guess, and become silent. So they say things like battle or button. They do it a lot. Button. How do you say button? Button. 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 You can't just skip the whole middle syllable and go straight to button. Button. I mean, kinda, but still sounds stupid when you're a professional supposedly and you're doing this for a living, presenting and talking about shit. There's hell bombs all around us. Yeah, so anyway, the T glottling, and it's kind of, it's similar to the British accent. I mean, the ghetto British accent. Yes, with T-Lo. He was driving me crazy before I figured out what it was. Oh, who's that one chick that I just started watching? Gabby something. Anyway, it's like she just blew up. I think she wasn't all that popular, and then YouTube threw her around for me to look at. And she was getting popular. And it's entertaining to watch some, but also, well, I don't want to listen to her T-glottling. It's just a frustrating thing.
Activating jump pack. Requesting
extraction is available.
Heavy, south.
Come back.
I got him.
Requesting orbital strike.
Thank you.
To the sky.
Requesting orbital strike.
New mag.
I love gas mines.
Heavy, southeast, 50 meters. Enemy elite.
Are y'all wanting to run down and get all the diamonds, or just go to extract, or what?
Activating jump pad.
It's bleeding out. We can run from it.
Affirmative.
Dropping a pin. Southeast, 100 meters.
Negative.
Bag's empty. How'd you like to taste of freedom? One tunnel breach.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Activating jump pack.
Are we gonna call it?
Calling down supply. Requesting fortification. Calling in reinforcements. Freedom forever! Requesting district. Orbital inbound.
5 minutes left. Liberty speed your step,
I didn't have
Helldiver.
anything else.
Request confirmed. Shuttle inbound. ETA, T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds. ETA, T-minus 1 minute. ETA, T-minus 30 seconds. ETA, T-minus 20 seconds.
Many body parts and fluids have retained their
ETA, T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing
names.
zone.
Others have adopted names from the Greeks who research and practice medicine, and then subsequent, like Latin scientific names. And then some make
Pelican 1,
perfectly
arriving
logical
at
sense.
coordinates.
Some are wondrous and imaginative. Some are esoteric.
This is
and
Pelican 1,
some-
preparing for touchdown.
So let's start with the basics. Can you talk to us about the word body?
That seems like a very good place to start, and we should be proud of our bodies as English speakers, because
Pelican
body
1 preparing to depart.
is a word
Shuttle
that,
launch in 20
as far as
seconds.
anyone knows, is
Extraction complete.
unique.
Pelican 1 beginning
That
ascent.
sounds like a bit of an odd concept, but there are words in English that other Germanic languages don't have what's called a cognate, a relative word for. And body is one of those. It's other words are like big and dog and bird. We've talked about these before. They're words that we don't really know. You go back, along the family tree of English, you don't find them past a certain point, and they're not in the relative languages. And body is one of those. All the other languages, the Germanic languages, they use relatives, for example, of the Latin word corpus. Like here in Germany, the word for body is Körper. But they also have another word, which is Leib, which is related to our word life. And you also get those relatives in the other Germanic languages, but none of them have a word that sounds like body referred to body, which I think is absolutely fascinating. Oh, actually, my favourite one is the Dutch word for body, or one of the Dutch words for body, is lichaam. And that's spelled L-I-C-H-A-A-M. First four letters of that will remind you of something you told me about in the
Lich,
past.
right? Which is body or dead body in English.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we tend to just use it for a dead body now, but yeah, the Dutch word for body is related to that word lich, meaning a corpse in English, and corpse is obviously related to the Latin word corpus I was just talking about. The other interesting thing about that is that the word lich is related to our word like. Not only that we like something, but also like that goes at the end of things to say it is like something else, because the idea, I think, being that it's shaped like something else, and that body and shape being concepts that are sort of tied in with one another.
And then the ly ending is also related to these because it literally means like something.
Yeah, and in Dutch, it is like.
Oh,
That is their
I see
lee
you've secured some
ending,
research
but that
samples.
also
You
means
can
in
spend those at the
Dutch
terminal over there
body.
to upgrade the super.
That's so interesting. That is
Get enough
very
then?
interesting, in fact.
We'll see
What is the
they
second
really
half of the Dutch word?
So you have the lich bit, which is the body, but the harm bit means covering. So it's sort of the body frame. But you can, like I say, you can just have like in Dutch, which means the same thing. So you don't need the frame element there.
In modern English, body, like if you say like my body, you're implying your living body. But if you say like I found a body, it is understood to be dead, which is very interesting.
Yeah, because it's very impersonal, isn't it? Oh, look, there's a body over there. You sometimes will refer to a living person. Oh, we need more bodies around here. We need more people around here. At the same time, there's kind of weird morbid tone to that, isn't there?
It's like it has the body has to be paired with one of those words that implies like breath. It needs to be infused with life, like spirit and things like that, and souls and whatnot.
Yeah, but it goes back to the Old English that said this body, which is B-O-D-I-G, and yeah, before that, we don't really know where it came from.
And then we have our other more, I don't know, scientific word for the study of the body, right? We have anatomy, which is equally kind of creepy. I don't know, even more creepy.
Tell me about it then. I mean, if there's a creepy element to it, I'm sure you'll have found it.
The Greek anatomia is, it means dissection. It is literally a cutting up. The root ana here means up or into pieces, and then the root word here means to cut, which is wild. And it's the same root as the word entomology, which is often confused with etymology.
Is that related to atom as well?
I believe so. That's a great question. I believe it is. It is, that's a small piece of something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're going to get into some anatomy. I reckon we could go pretty much head to foot, not toe. I haven't got toe. head to foot on the human body and where various bits and bobs come from. What we're going to find is that these words are really, really old. The actual variance between languages on these words is really small because humans have had these body parts for blooming ages and they've had names for them going back further than we have.
The fate of all humanity's children are in your hands. Do not let them fall.
So you'll find that a lot of the Indo-European languages have related words for these body parts. That's going to be a theme.
Absolutely. A lot of what I have is, since I wrote a book about gross and vulgar things, a lot of my bits that I'm going to discuss are more internal. And I believe you have more external features.
Yeah.
The prettier bits.
Yeah. I wouldn't do their own, but yeah, indeed. Yeah. Well, so should we start on the outside and then work our way in then?
I like it.
And I think head would be a good one to start with. It is from the Old English shard, which is related to Latinate words for head as well. Captain, capital, chapter, all of these words, they're actually related to our word head, even though it seems really difficult to link those because they don't have any consonants in common, do they? Charbot, which is H-E-A-F-O-D, and caput, which would be the root of the Latin. And that's because of consonant shifts that are very regular, that go right back to Proto-Indo-European, this hypothetical language that was spoken by all of the Indo-European peoples and is the root language of all of those. And there's a regular movement in how consonants are pronounced instead of the North of Europe, the South of Europe. That means you can often swap an H sound for a K, for example, or a K sound. That's why we have a word like head being related to a word like capital.
Calling in orbital strike.
There's also why canine and hound.
Heavy, west, close.
Or, as we discussed in our numbers episode, why the word hunted is related to kentum in Latin. So, head is a really, really old word that we can trace back as far as we can trace the English language. Because we've always been wandering around with heads, certainly for as long as we've been talking.
Surely
it's tricky to do it without.
Oh, I love it. And inside that head, we have our brain. The Old English word for brain was brain, and in Old English also there was a word for head that was brain loca, which literally means brain locker.
Tagging map, northwest, 200 meters.
There's also hernpan as well, which is an Old English word for brain. And that's more related, that's more recognizable to speakers of other Germanic languages. Like in German, it's a Gehirn, and yeah, because actually brain is another sort of strange word when you put it alongside other Germanic languages words for the brain, isn't it?
It's thought to eventually be cognate with a Greek word meaning like the front part of the skull or the top of the head. But my favorite alternative is from Anatoly Lieberman, and it's that it's related to some Old French and Celtic words meaning refuse, rubbish, or rejected matter, because many cultures thought that animal brain matter was just like it was essentially non-edible or less tasty at the very least, and not very good to eat. And then other etymologists have connected it to German words meaning rotten or like pulpy mass, which I think is pretty interesting. Lieberman also has cites a theory that the original root, the Proto-Indo-European root of brain.
I've read in this old book about skinning animals.
Dropping a pin, south, 100 meters.
The brain of a deer is the right size to tan that deer's hide.
Orbital inbound.
So basic, if I understood it right, you string up the deer, bleed it, you skin it, you tack the skin out to dry in the sun probably, and then once it gets all dry and
extraction away. Package fired.
not really leathery, it would just be solid. I skinned a rabbit when I was younger and I didn't know what I was doing. But I rubbed it down with salt and it got done properly, but I forgot. I mean, I didn't realize that I had to like rub mink oil or something to it to get it to be useful rabbit hide. So I just threw it away. Or just left it lazy. But yeah, so once you get the deer's hide all tapped out and dried out, you get its brain and then just scrub the brain as fatty tissue, I guess, and then you just scrub the brain all over the hide until it's tanned. Of course, you can also make tannin with acorns. Yeah, acorns. Pretty sure it's acorns.
Southwest, 300 meters.
Anyway.
Means something broken because your brain is wrinkly and wrinkles make it look cracked.
It's broken or split, right? Because I mean, if you look at a brain, it does look like it's in two parts. It looks like it's split down the middle.
And then it's got all those wrinkles all around it. I mean, I think it kind of tracks on some days that your brain is something broken.
Yeah.
Southwest,
Since having
50 meters.
I've been experiencing that feeling more often than usual.
Oh, I believe it.
What do we know about the bits that are on our heads, in the face, for example? Again, these are all really, really old. What I find really interesting about face,
that gun wouldn't have to point very, wouldn't have to move very far from that far up to change its aim a lot down here.
Something is facing someone because it's like a face. It's that we call it a face because it is what is facing something. It's the thing that someone sees. It's the same as the word facade, which just means a bit of a building that you can see. But also, that tracks with other languages' words for face. Like people will know the French word visage, for example, which means basically
face.
The thing you can look at. Makes you have the word to look. The same with German.
5 minutes left. Liberty speeder step, Helldiver.
Which is a thing you look at. So these are three completely different words for the face. Face, physique, and visage across these languages. But they all have been established through the same thought process. That, let's call it the thing that is looking at us.
It makes sense. I mean, when you talk about someone's appearance, generally speaking, like the first thing that comes to mind is their face, and it is the thing that we use to remember and connect people with emotion. It's how we identify one another.
But other parts of the face, you know, they're all very old words as well. When I say old words, I mean we can trace them back beyond the start of the English language. Like, the word "I," for example, is related to similar words in all kinds of other languages. I think it's "och" in Dutch,
Extraction shuttle
Think
inbound.
you can make it through that fire? Looks like it.
German, but even
Bug
beyond those
outpost
Germanic
destroyed.
languages, the words like I, you know, we have ocular, which isn't a million miles away from that Dutch word eye. And nose is also really. Oh, here's my
I
favorite
love how the
nose
arc
fact.
thrower
Sorry,
stuns it.
I'll let you get a word in edgeways in a second, but you know what nostril literally means?
No, I don't. Tell me.
It was originally
ETA, T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
nostril,
We
or
better get.
nosthril. And to thrill something is an old verb meaning to run through, to make a hole.
Oh, weird. I like that. That's
Yeah, so
no, I don't like that.
it just means nose hole. But here's an interesting thing. Do you know what an eye hole was in Anglo-Saxon?
I do. It was a window.
It was, yeah. Before we took the Danish word, which means wind hole, one of those we had was an eye thrill, an eye thrill. Eye hole, I think you pronounce it. Rather delightful. I think window is also quite delightful in itself.
Mine has a lot of interesting relatives. Like the word synopsis is related to, ultimately, like the Proto-Indo-European root. It means like seeing something together. Essentially, the way we use it now, like seeing the whole plot of something in one smaller summary.
Marking
Yeah,
location.
so
Never
the
mind.
sign
North.
at the start is a bit like synergy, and the opsis would be the looky bit.
ETA,
And then
T-minus 30 seconds.
similarly through the word ferocity is a combination of the word ferus, which is F-E-R-U-S, related to feral. The second part is looking, essentially, or seeing. So something ferocious is wild looking.
That's magnificent. Doesn't that make the word so much more vivid?
Mhm.
And you're going to know exactly when that is the right word to use.
And then myopic, which, I mean, that one I think is a little more obvious, but it means like essentially having your eyes shut or your view is limited.
This is one of those reach the possible over. It's a bit like head person, and there are many more that I've got to mention that are related to
ETA, T-minus 10 seconds.
original Proto-Indo-European root, and not just the word head itself. The ear is a bit boring.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
It's meant ear. Comes from an ancient root meaning ear.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Ear, iris, and mouth is kind of an unusual one, actually, because mouth originally had the meaning of projection.
Reinforcements have been
It's
launched.
the opposite of what I think of it as being now. I think of it as being a hole. But originally it meant a projection like the chin.
Like a snout? Oh, okay, that would be
Yes, yeah, no, not like a snout. Although, well, who's to say why they made it? I think most etymologists think it was related to the projection of the chin.
We're a relatively selfish species where we're probably talking about ourselves.
Yeah, probably.
Calling in orbital strike.
The word tongue is interesting. I mean, it's always meant tongue, essentially. But the spelling of
Countdown
it is
initiated.
curious
Stand by
because
for
it's an
takeoff.
overcorrection. It's an attempt to reflect its correct pronunciation. The original spelling was T-U-N-G.
Extraction complete.
And
Pelican
it
1
seems
beginning
to
ascent.
be the T-O-N-G-U-E seems to be more of an attempt to get it to be pronounced tongue
Victory was never
which
in
doesn't
doubt.
make a lot of sense to me, but apparently it was an attempt to make it pronounced less like tunga or something like that.
But what it also does do is it makes it look more like the French word for tongue,
that too.
which langue, which ends with the G-U-E as
Very
well.
much a
Yeah,
Middle
so they're
English
probably
thing.
trying to get it to be pronounced like the end of the French word.
The Normans trying to get it to be the English word to be pronounced like French.
They're trying to shoehorn it in. Hey, it worked. So that's the face. Where do we go next?
There are a few interesting throaty words. The word throat in Old English is basically the same. It's spelled with the thorn though. But in Old English, one little interesting fact, your Adam's apple was called the throatbolla, or the throat bowl, where the bowl refers to the round
Cool. Yeah, I like that. It's a religiously neutral term for your Adam's apple.
The esophagus is interesting because it means like to carry eating. It's composed of these Greek elements that mean to carry and to eat. Kind of the same idea for like words like gullet and whatnot, which are related to words like gulp.
And we came across that ending on esophagus when we were talking about sarcophagus,
Yes,
didn't
that's
we?
right.
Which meant a corpse eater, or you know, a macrophage or a microphage, or this phage bit, phagus.
And that's because the idea was the material, what was it, like lime used to reduce the juiciness of a corpse? I don't know, either way.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they found that when they put bodies in a coffin that was made of a stone that they called sarcophagus, so it wasn't actually the coffin itself that was called sarcophagus, then it disappeared, like, as if by magic.
You know what else is kind of disturbing? On a similar note, the word skin, the root of that word, it gives it the meaning of something that's peeled off, which is horrible.
Isn't it grim that the verb to skin something comes before we're referring to what covers us as skin? I think we're calling it hide in old English.
So same idea.
yeah, exactly. That's, do you know what? Skin is actually one of those words that I dislike as it comes out of my mouth. Yeah, there's nothing nice going on with the word.
Not a fan. Epidermis works great.
Epidermis is kind of funny,
isn't it?
Epidermis. I don't know.
But while we're on the subject of like I don't know, creepy, dried up, all these kinds of things. I think we mentioned before on our Halloween episode that skeleton means dried up, it's from a Greek term skeleton soma, meaning a dried up body or mummy. So it was like the thing that's left after you've decayed.
Oh right, no, I didn't know that one. If we did mention it before, I didn't.
Them bones have always
Level
been
on
dry.
Creek Day, I have to wear my cape.
While we're on bones, I don't want to move too far down the body too early, but our word for leg is not what it should be. We shouldn't be calling it a leg.
This operation is complete. You have served democracy
English
well.
is a West Germanic language, so it's related more closely to Dutch, German, and Frisian than it is to the Scandinavian Germanic language. But the word leg is much more similar to the words used in Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, and Icelandic for the two pins at the bottom of your body than it is to the German words and the Dutch word and the Frisian word. Our word for leg should actually be bone.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah. The word, for example, in German, Bein means both leg and it also means bone, which is kind of amazing. I don't know why they've been so sort of lazy and doubled up on that, but you look at all of historically, you look at the old Saxon, you look at all these old Frisian, these old West Germanic languages, and they're all using the same word for a bone as for a leg. I don't know I don't know why that is. It's just that it's a kind of long thing.
I mean, I guess the largest bone in your body is your femur, so I don't know. That makes reasonable logic.
Yeah.
A lot of people had bony legs, I'm sure.
But I guess that means we probably picked up the word from the Vikings.
If you don't bring the stem one, I'll
Let's
switch.
see, where should we go
Perfect.
from here? We could address the heart.
Oh, yes. Yes, let's do that.
In Old English, the heart wasn't just the organ beating in your chest. It was your soul, your will, your courage, and your intellect, much like we use it metaphorically today. In some societies, the heart was considered the seat of many functions we now know to be more affiliated with the nervous system and the brain, which it makes sense that would, like, that misconception is pretty understandable, because when you feel a strong emotion, often it increases your heart rate or makes your chest feel tight for various reasons.
Heart is another one of those Proto-Indo-European root words that has sort of quite a surprising but actually calculable relationship with its Latin equivalent. So cardio and heart are related, because again you've got that k and h relationship that we saw with head and capital, and as like I said, hundreds.
History will remember your
But that means that the word heart is also related to not only words like cardiology, but also the word courage, which is literally to be hearty, full of heart, which is exactly how we use it figuratively. Like you can just say, I have heart, and that means being courageous.
It's also related to words like credible, credence, and credulous, because credere meant to believe, in the sense of like believing with all your heart, essentially.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
You know, just talking about parts of the body gets us into so many of these types of words, just because it is so universal, such a universal part of being a human is having these body parts.
Firing orbital barrage.
So
Clear the
very
area.
many linked words.
What body part should we address next?
Well,
We should.
and the lungs are right next door, so we
let's
could
do that.
just mention that that word is actually related to our word light. It's thought is not heavy, because it's thought to come from an early Germanic root word meaning not heavy. Why? Maybe because when you chuck a load of offal or you chuck a load of organs into a stew pot or whatever, the lungs are going to float to the top because they're full of air. So that's why they may have named something light.
One interesting thing about the organs that kind of tracks with that is that words for internal organs and other parts of the body on the inside are often interchangeable. They appear in different languages as different parts of different words, like in Latin and Greek. The predecessors to the word stomach have referred to like throats and esophagi and anything involved in the digestive tract, as well as emotions and like physical input connected to ingestion and flavor.
You kind of get that transference with the word gut in English, right? It can both mean any of your internal organs, but it can also mean thousands.
Absolutely. In English, we borrow the word gastros, which in Greek was a word for your like external gut or paunch, whereas in English it is a word for internal gastric functions.
Oh yes, so that is actually a third use of the word gut as well, right? You know, if you've got a bit of a beer belly, you've got gut. As long as you have blood and guts, and you're just having a gut.
And then in Old English, the word for stomach and later for throats and gullets and things was related to the word maw, which typically
I think I
refers
learned how to
to
smoke weed again.
Mission map updated.
Stomach is one of those words that is French. It's not an Old English word, because a lot of these words are Old English.
These were more that were introduced in like Middle English, and then as interest in Greek medical practices became widespread.
Reinforcing!
Yeah, it starts to get a bit more scientific, doesn't it, when we're talking about the inside bits, and that's why the words
Quest approved. Deploying reinforcements.
younger or newer to the English language, because you've actually got to get in there and really understand
Orbital
what's going
inbound!
on. I did come across quite a fun Old English etymology though for
Dropping a pin.
an internal
Northeast,
organ.
100 meters.
Kidney. So the Old English for a single kidney was kidney, which is thought to be a compound word. And no one knows exactly what it is a compound, but the leading theories are really satisfying. And it is that the start of it is from the Old English quid, which meant body, which is fine. We'll go with that. We don't use that anymore. But that could have been we could have been talking about our quid and soul instead of our body and soul, but we're not talking about body. So the start of kidnera means body, and then the error bit is thought to potentially be related to a or eiren, which is the Old English for eggs. So that makes your kidneys your body eggs.
Body eggs. That's fantastic.
It does rather give the impression that a man came up with this one. But eggs are inside your body. Yeah, I like that one. Body eggs.
Bowels, entrails, and intestines, on a delightful note, have all interesting journeys. Like, it's no secret that sausages are often made using these bits, but the word bowels took the opposite route. It entered English in the 1300s and is originally from the Latin botulus, meaning sausage, which is also related to botulism, which is known for appearing in preserved foods like sausage.
And it's related to the word Botox, right? Which is botulinum toxin. Yeah.
Another fun thing about the word bowels is that in humorous Greek poetry, they were associated with like extreme passions, including love and anger. But a Hebrew association between the bowels and gentler forms in love of love, including like kindness and pity and benevolence, were also introduced into 14th century English through translations of like biblical texts. So for a short time, Bowel also meant tenderness and compassion, which you can find in Colossians.
Oh yeah. Bowel.
One line in the King James version is, "Put on therefore, holy and beloved, bowels of mercy, kindness, humbleness of mind, meekness." So, your bowels of mercy.
Roses are red. Bowels are blue.
Oh boy. Anyway, entrails. That's another interesting one. This one emerged in Middle English. It sounds like it should have something to do with long trailing shapes of intestines, and indeed, in Old English, the word for intestines was basically rope, but instead, entrails literally means your insides. It's related to the word internal, and means interrenious, which really doesn't have much to do with trails, but there could be some folk etymology influence there, though it also came from the old French entrail.
And actually the word intestine as well.
Exactly, same thing.
I want to just stay on the internal a little longer because I'm worried about how low down the body will
on the way.
Just about liver. Liver's gross. Liver is thought to be related to the Greek word for fat, so lipid as well means. The link would be probably the kind of
Man, I need to get a liver nailer.
Ew, I love it.
Oops, somebody wrecked the Jeep.
Which is interesting because that is not necessarily related to the word live, even though it's very similar in other languages. Again, I'm always thinking German. I'll take because I'm here in German, but Leben is to live, and Labour is spelled almost exactly the same, just swap the R and an N, and now it's liver.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting that in both our language and German, those words are very similar, but it doesn't seem
300 meters.
Oh, by the way, colon. Colon is in the intestine. It's not related to other types of colon, like semicolon.
Oh, it isn't?
No, it's not. It's not related.
I mean,
they're two very similar Greek words that have basically just sort of ended up converging by the time we've had them here in English. But with a Greek word that becomes a semicolon or colon, and indeed our colon means a limb or something like that, a heart or Christopher Columbus, his name.
Dropping a pin, northwest, 200 meters.
Whereas colon, your insides, is a different Greek word meaning food, which is what you would expect to find when we eat it at that point.
One of my favorite, we've talked about malapropisms before. There's a wonderful subreddit called Bone Apple Tea with lots of malapropisms in it, and one of my favorite recurring ones that you see in there a lot is I like the smell of your colon rather than cologne.
Because those words are spelled funny.
Oh dear.
But that's a pretty common word. I don't know why you wouldn't know how to spell cologne.
One dog might say it to another.
Unless they're a baby.
Yeah, perhaps.
More romantic.
My dogs certainly seem to not mind.
So we seem to have reached the bottom.
Oh yeah, I think we're there.
Quite literally.
Reach the bottom.
Where are you going to take us, Jess?
Literally.
A couple of entertaining ones. The word bladder means something inflated because toys and other balloons and tools and sausages and things were often made using that part. And then pancreas, interestingly, disturbingly means entirely flesh, describing the apparent consistency of the pancreas.
So like pan as in like panacea?
Yeah.
Or, that prefix pan means?
Yep.
Enemy patrol. Southwest.
It means raw flesh. And the idea being like raw there.
Pancreas is all raw.
All raw flesh. Here's a final one. Since we were on the topic of intestines, the word rectum, bizarrely, interestingly, means straight. And
yeah, that's weird, right?
Because
it's related
the last little bit and it is straight, but like the rest of that part is very much not. Decidedly unstraight.
Which means it's related to erection, right as well.
Very interesting. Let's see. All right. So
I got him before you got me.
We could start at the back since we're at the rectum. We could talk about the fact that the anus literally just means ring.
Oh. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
That's relatively fine.
People have noted that I haven't watched anything to say this.
Dropping a pin. Southeast.
I got one, and there's two more.
I have a book about it.
Indeed. Words from hell.
That's right.
Dropping a
Jess,
pin.
while we're flogging,
Southeast.
show dear viewer, if t-shirt.
Yeah, I should. That's right. Okay, so we've just opened up a Words Unraveled shop
Oh,
with
now
fun
reasonable.
etymology-themed merch. And one of them I'm wearing right now. It's a t-shirt designed, by my sister.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
You hear me now? I am closer to my mic, but it says astronaut and includes the etymology of the word astronaut, which means literally star sailor, and therefore the illustration by my sister Melissa Ferris shows an astronaut tethered to a nautical ship.
Melissa's a very talented lady.
She is. She's a professional artist. Her Instagram is Melissa Ferris Art. If you'd like to check out her work.
If you want to get hold of one of these beautiful t-shirts or one of the other designs that we've got in there, we're going to keep adding designs as amusing things come up during our episodes. Then, of course, click on the link which we will provide in the description to both this audio podcast and also to the YouTube edition.
Indeed. Anyway, back to crotches.
Calling down a support
Can't hold off any longer, can we?
Well, this one's so a couple of surprisingly not offensive words. Crotch itself means pitchfork, and I guess the idea here is it's like the fork in a pitchfork. Your legs being the tines of said pitchfork, and then it literally means abyss. It is an Old English word meaning abyss.
Oh, is that a yeet? Oh shit.
The Old English
That guy's a good shot, though.
which meant like a depression or a hollow.
That dude's a good shot.
The idea that it's a depression or hollow, say like between the legs, that kind of idea. And then its spelling was probably influenced by loin.
That idea of it being a sort of absence of something is also behind other words for that part of the body, particularly when talking about a woman. Good at this bit. I'm so good at talking about this.
I won't torture you too much longer. Okay, so one of my favorite, I'm gonna plug this a little bit because one of my favorite lines in the entirety of Words from Hell is the entry on the word. Let's we're talking about the lady bits. We're gonna start with the more important part in my opinion, which is the clitoris. And if you open up the book to the entry on this word, it begins, "Congratulations, you found it."
Hey. Bravo. Bravo. I actually made a similar joke in one of my videos. I did a video about funny place names, and there is indeed a town of clitoris.
And that's because it means a little hill. That makes a lot of sense. Most likely, at least. And we've also, I think we addressed the fact in one of our food-related episodes that the word vanilla is from the Latin word vagina, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, it means a little vagina.
Yeah, it traveled, and that's because in Latin, vagina was a euphemism. It meant pod or sheath or something. So we've borrowed as our medical term for that body part this word, which was a euphemism in Latin.
Yeah, it's evoking the idea of somewhere to park your sword, basically. Pretty grim, and actually rather more grim than the more Anglo-Saxon alternative, which is the C word, as I would call it, which was an innocuous term. Really, there's no great taboo around the C word in medieval times. That word in itself, essentially.
I have a lot on this word. I think we should save it for our swear words episode, which we will do.
Let's do a swear word episode, for sure. We might have to take a financial hit because I'm not sure that YouTube's going to let.
Yeah, we'll have to probably boost that one a bit, but it's a fantastic word. 10 out of 10 recommend using liberally.
By the way, I don't want to get into it too much, but here's an interesting difference in that usage across the Atlantic, I think, is that in the UK we would never use the C word about woman, whereas what I see from American usage of it, it's almost entirely used towards women.
It's meaner spirited in most contexts over here, for sure.
And in Australia it's just used by absolutely anyone.
Right. There's a particular quote I'm sure people will reference in the comments on this one that you say in Australia, as far as I'm aware.
Okay, but let's move away from it.
Yeah, let's move away from that one. Let's talk about the other equipment we have here. Interestingly, also a word for other things in Latin. The penis was a word for not just the generally male equipment.
Penetrative tool, I suppose.
Right, exactly. But also a word for tail. It also connects it to the word pencil, which was originally a word for a paintbrush, and penicillin, whose cells are paintbrush-like.
Should we be pronouncing it penicillin?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Let's not.
We can.
Excuses to giggle.
Very nice, very nice. Interestingly, although it's considered a good bit more vulgar now, the earlier English word for male parts was the iconic cock, of course.
Oh, what, really?
Yeah. One of the first known instances of this word in English was the compound word pillcock, which appears in the 14th century Anglo-Irish book Hoverpack lyrics in a poem that begins, "Oh, the maketh me gild, or old age makes me gilded."
Bug outpost
And it complains
destroyed.
about the impotence of old age. The line essentially in modern English is, "I may no longer
Objective
make love,
completed.
my penis pisses on my shoe."
And he calls his penis a pillcock.
Pillcock, that's right.
That's interesting, because pill is an old English word for skin, for peel, like a skin. So are we calling birds cocks before we're calling other things cocks?
Yes, it was originally a word for a bird.
Calling down a
Absolutely. Specifically a male bird, and one who strutted much like a rooster, for example.
So your man's referring to his skin rooster.
Yes.
And that pill that I just mentioned that is related to the word peel is actually from an old word meaning to strip, and to strip someone of their possessions is to pillage them.
Very nice. Good connections there. If you want to talk about like what we might consider a more, I don't know, polite, scientific, clinical term for either gender, you could go with pudenda or pudendum, which refers to the external genitals of one sex or another. But it literally means shame limb, and Old English also had a word meaning the same thing, scam limb, and apparently this is just common.
Really?
Yeah.
So shame limb goes that far back as well. Oh, that's sad. How we've been feeling bad about our balls all this time.
Oh, you're a pretty good driver.
Because it's the thing you hide, right?
Yeah, I guess it is.
We talked about testicles in our episode when we discussed. Why were we talking about testifying? Because we talked about law and legal terms, but there was a rumor, essentially, just to summarize briefly, that one testified upon testicles, essentially, and that when you were making a deal or when you were swearing an oath or something, you would fondle one another's fits, but this is considered utterly drunkenness, and it probably hasn't the connection, although they are related. The idea is that, like, the existence of testicles is a testament or something that you can witness that shows you that a child, for example, is male.
Again, there's a lot of sort of faux etymology with testicles, but nevertheless, we don't get the opportunity to talk about it. Interestingly, we're talking about body eggs.
Yeah, I was going to say, that sounds more like body eggs to me.
Indeed, yeah. In German, the equivalent of the word balls, you know, the sort of
Huevos.
jokey way of talking about testicles.
You're right. Indeed, bullocks or earlier phallics, just little balls.
Yeah, and orchids.
Liberty dismissed.
Wait, hold on. I've just got I can't just say that. No, orchid is definitely to do with balls. Hold on.
No, you're right. You're totally right.
I think I know my penis from the balls. Like, you know.
You're right. I'm out of my league here.
Back up. I really don't like this time.
Less offensive and less, I don't know, humorous, I suppose, is the word vulva, getting back to the other cannabis.
We spent so much longer on these parts than we have on the others.
It's thought to be from the verb volvere, which would relate it to words like revolve and revolution, with the idea that the outside of the genitals serve as
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Around things, those things.
We talked about the legs already and how from now I'm going to refer to them as my bones. Just to really confuse people. Knee is one that's worth a mention. It just means to joint, like it has an ancient root meaning joint. But so does the word
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
The word ankle, that ankle is related to the word angle as well. So all the major joints are actually just called joint.
Yeah, and it's like knee has the same root as words like hexagon and trigonometry and octagon and things, so it's the Greek word for ankle that it's related to.
We missed a really good one that's related to what you talked about because it's a nice intersection with mathematics, and that is that the word finger is thought to come from an ancient root meaning 5, because we've got 5 of them, and that would be the same root as the pent in pentagon, which is kind of cool.
Not totally related, but the Greek word for finger, dactyl, which we see in like pterodactyl, finger wing, it's the same root as the word date, which in English was sometimes called a finger fruit. I think digit fruit really, it's more like fingers and toes and stuff, which is kind of gross and awesome.
Yeah, that is cool. I think thumb just means swollen, so it's like swollen.
Yeah, fat finger.
Your fat finger.
Tagging map.
One more thing on knee. That's one of those words with the KN in front of it where you used to pronounce the K sound which was a C in Old English, like knee.
Yeah, and in German, again, it is knie now. They also have another word for bones in German.
Dropping a pin, southwest, 100 meters.
That's fine.
Your knees are knocking. Your knees are knocking.
Your knees are knee knocking. Yeah, indeed. And foot. You should mention foot. Brings us nicely back to where we started with talking about the links between the Indo-European languages, because you can actually comparatively easy compared with the other ones we've been talking about. Link the word foot with the word pedal
Orbital inbound.
versions of transferring some sound done as well. So dental and tooth are actually
Oh, damn.
Calling in reinforcements.
Need a break.
Interesting. I don't understand this reference completely, and I wonder if it could be the same way like you call a person a body, but apparently a foot could also be a word for like person in Middle English. So you have words like non-foot was another word for nobody.
A bit like we refer to people as hands.
Yeah.
On a boat.
On that instep, let's take a walk outside this podcast.
Bug out from spotted.
That was laboured, Jess.
Orbital inbound.
We have gone from head to... Oh man, I didn't even look at toe. That's really embarrassing.
Oh, wonderful. It's Plute. Hey, wait, that's not Plute.
Let's look at toe.
That's a Pluker.
Some languages manage without the word toe. They have the same word for the digits on your feet and your fingers. So we should count ourselves lucky for even having the word toe. Okay, so it's thought to be related to other words meaning to point or to show, which I think is kind of interesting. One doesn't normally point with toes, although actually, yes, one does. People point as a ballet dancer is on points.
It is related, I'm seeing, to words like indicate and things like that. So it does point a bit.
I like that. Which actually...
That was awesome.
It's kind of similar to dactyl, isn't it? Meaning fingers. So toes probably related to the word finger somehow. Okay, so
If they're chasing you, try to kite them into the mine.
That was a comprehensive view of the body. I'm now very much aware of the existence of my bones, which I hate, but it's... I'm gonna leave you with that one too.
I've actually never seen your bones, Jess. I've only ever seen you from the waist up here on words of that. Jess and I have never met in person, by the way. We should point this out. We are a modern marvel in that respect.
Indeed.
Try to put this friendship in over. Thanks, Jess. Thanks for watching or listening, and do check out those bits and bobs that we made. Shop.
Yes, visit our shop, check out the link, and we hope this episode satisfied you, body and mind.
Marking location. West bus. Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
200 meters.
Engaging terminal.
Bugs, northeast.
Calling down fortification.
All right, everybody, lead.
Dropping a pin. East, 100 meters. Requesting orbital.
Democracy has been well delivered. May your extraction be swift.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. Far.
Tagging map. Northwest, 200 meters. Requesting sentry.
I can't believe it's such a beautiful day and I was going outside. Did it? Nothing matters.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Bug tunnel breach. Heavy. Cancel that. Southeast. Close.
Tagging location. Heavy east. Requesting orbital.
Reinforcing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Affirmative.
Oh, damn it.
On my way. Engaging. I'll take it.
Outpost cleared. Extraction is available.
Fire in the hole!
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Tagging location. Throwing grenade! South. Western fortification.
extraction shuttle inbound.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down supplies.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
To the sky.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Requesting backpack.
Orbital inbound!
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Activating jetpack.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Firing orbital barrage.
Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty has seen you through.
Oh, come on, really? Okay, we'll see. Leon Lush, he's fun to watch sometimes.
Welcome
Sometimes
to
not.
Brainworms. Guys, we got a decent lineup today, including these cheeks.
Sometimes it just doesn't seem
Also,
to
we're
be
using the
worth it.
gooseneck mic right now because I had it set up for an Instagram skit, and I like long phallic shaped items. Because I had it set up for an Instagram skit, and I like long phallic shaped items near my mouth when I record. It relaxes me. As always, I have the segment's timestamp down below, and if you appreciate your time here today, all I ask is that you come back again for another one, and maybe you hit press that like button and subscribe if you haven't. Let's get right into it.
I got a bunch of skin off my forehead, removing a bunch more flesh from my forearm, and maybe some other fun stuff. But first, I have to get to the final fitting of my wedding suit. And I ordered a pair of these to complete. With that out of the way, it's time for my body mod appointment. So let's get right into it. We're going to start by touching up my eyeballs. I'm here with the artist himself, Little Cobra. What's up, guys? Well, that was as scary as ever, but I can still see, so I think we're good. We added a little bit of ink to my inner eyes. Next up, we're going to start peeling some strips of flesh off my forehead. We just finished the scarification. Sorry, I've got to cover up the gore, but we decided we're not going to work on my forearm. Instead, we're going to cut off the top of my left ear. Thanks for cutting me up, man. My pleasure. Took me a while to get cleaned up after all that, but yeah, as you can see, part of my ear is missing.
Oh, no.
This is just not connected.
I forgot I was on camera.
No, I haven't been looking on.
At least I didn't eat it like that one streamer chick who's watching.
But as you can probably guess, most of what we filmed today can't be posted.
Oh, man.
We'll find it soon on another one.
I've got a picture.
That was a lot to process. This is a successful Instagram personality, Sean Gantz. He's come up on my feed in the past with some decent, like, construction
Yeah, I watched the
content.
clip.
He was, like, building stuff off-grid, and I don't know, he's good at delivering dialogue to the camera, and I saw a couple
Well, I saw her
of
do
videos
it.
from him, I mean, years ago in the
So,
past that I thought were
grab
quite
the
cool. It almost has, like,
clip
a
real quick.
Deadpool vibe going on, the
then I recorded my screen while I watched the clip, and then I posted the link in her Discord, and then she deleted it. But I still have a copy of it. And she's just like messing with her phone, and has really long fingernails, just way the fuck up in her nose, like she's scraping her brain, and then eats it. Just sticks her fingernail in there and scrapes it off on her teeth. Pets her dog. Didn't even realize it.
Mental illness or even like a deeply insecure
Or completely let it slide. I don't know. But
lifestyle is a coping mechanism that seeks constant reinvention of self as this perpetual escape from what lies underneath all the modifications.
Well,
that's just kind of like my knee-jerk armchair analysis. It's probably deeper than that, but once you're cutting your ear off for fun, you've lost the plot. Therapy is probably cheaper. Well, he might be right, but have you ever actually been billed for a therapy hour? That shit is not cheap, but I imagine it probably costs an arm and a leg to get your ear taken off. You see what I did there. In addition to self-mutilation, Sean's also a man of many talents, as you can see here.
The IRS, $50,000 by April 15th. On top of the $60,000 I already paid them. And what's all that money going to get used for? Who knows? But it is my responsibility, and I'm happy to pay it. If nothing else, it's a nice reminder that I did pretty well last year. But to help shoulder the burden of this tax bill, I'll say going to have to take one for the team. Unfortunately, I couldn't find Jason Love's number, but we did find a very lovely couple here in Texas.
I'm Victoria Liz.
And I'm Ethan. And we're all going to play a game of life swap. That's a wrap. Good work, everyone. Round of high five. Nice job. Big thank you to Victoria and Ethan. I suppose a post-game interview is in order. How'd you enjoy yourself? I had fun. Definitely gonna need to call housekeeping before either one of us get back. If you'd like to see the results of today's activities, I'm sure you can take a look. And remember, we'll be helping a man pay his outstanding debts. Now, as part of our agreement, let's take tomorrow on a date.
I should probably go outside. At least stand up or something.
Well, you let some dude call your wife to pay your debt. Dude. Listen, let's not be so quick to judge, right? It's not easy finding someone willing to reassign your forehead flesh and cut your ear off as cosmetic flair.
Allied destroyer
That obviously isn't
coordinates
cheap, and it's probably difficult to monetize given social media's strict monetization policy. So the next logical thing is obviously recording a stranger cojones deep in your fiance. Jokes aside, though, given the extreme nature of the first video we watched, it's not really a surprise that he's got a girl that's in the OF business, and this is kind of the lifestyle they lead. I'm not here to judge that. I am judging a little bit. I'm more concerned with the scarification of his forehead, I think he called it. Yeah, brother, I'm sorry. I liked your construction videos, but you've completely lost me. That's full. Wraps up next.
Let's see. Such another day.
In New Jersey, this man was arrested for throwing ice on the ground and then simulating a fall into. Poor bastard is such a boomer. He just doesn't know that
50.
every single place ever has cameras. Here we go.
The worst thing.
That was the worst acting ever. The fall took 3 business days. That's good shit. I would have loved to be in court when they played this back. Absolutely remarkable. I just imagine being 70 and trying to pull some shit like this. I don't need to know anything else about this man to know that he has spent his entire time on Earth being an opportunistic slime bucket, wasting his life away concerned with worldly pleasures. Probably a burden to all those that know him personally. An unremarkable existence, quite frankly, that will be immediately forgotten the second a stress-related cardiac event lands him 6 feet in the dirt. Whatever you are doing in this moment as a viewer should be a direct effort related to never ending up like this sad asshole. I hope this dude is absolutely embarrassed in his community. I hope you guys don't get embarrassed.
He probably lives in a van down by the river.
Let's hear to help with that. Let's hear about that one. We'll get right back to it. It's March. Spring is peaking. Birds are screeching. People are out and about. The noise level is all. That's why I like to carry my happy place around in my pocket with me. You see, when I pop these Raycon everyday earbuds in with active noise cancellation capable of drowning out for a killer product, that's buyraycon.com.
Thanks for putting your chapters up, bro.
Your very own pair. Thank you guys for listening. I appreciate it.
Definitely a bro move.
Just a classic subway political argument. Heroes or enemies.
Oof.
Anytime you get riled up over a bit of merchandise to the point
Remember
face
this.
plant on a subway sidewalk during a
It's a
failed
good
traffic
day
attempt,
to
that's
die
gonna
for
be
democracy.
every single time. One more time for posterity, please. Give me that hat. No, you can't wear it. Give me that. Give me that hat. Get back here. Get back here with that hat.
Okay, she deserves it.
The internet truly is the gift that keeps on giving, and people just have no chill. There's a classic
Objective complete.
Requesting sentry!
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Listen, there's probably a lot you can say about this video, but all I'm saying is shoplifters are getting a little too comfortable. You know what I mean? You at least have to be mildly athletic or required to spend even an hour planning ahead. This whole, like, let's just walk into stores, load up carts.
Easy to shoot when they're stunned, huh?
Going to do anything is absolute crazy work. Make prosecuting shoplifters great again. This shit's got to stop. This dude's backflipping to get my attention. Yeah, bro. You wouldn't tell me to cut off? This guy came up to me and backflipped for yeah, he got so mad when he noticed the camera at the end. Dude really thought her panties were gonna fall off from that. I love that. Granted, like backflipping, mildly impressive, right? Probably bringing more to the table than some other dudes that came up to this chick, but that whole scene just looks
Drop in a
it's hard
pin,
to believe
northwest,
I was
200 meters.
be in a situation where I would think that was fun. There are two types of people in this world. People that get to an age where you finally realize that going to the club is a worse fate than death, and people that spend their entire life going to clubs. I pray that when you reach that fork in the road in life, you take the righteous path.
It is time!
What you want? What you looking for?
Well, I see you guys put into the honors on that long hair. Right, you're...
Well,
We don't even need to look at it. We just ready to go. You got the sizes?
alright, so if I don't want to buy this, then
Been like you said.
Enemy elite, northwest, 100 meters.
if I don't buy
No, I'm not just like...
Tagging location, cancel that. Southwest, bug hole, southwest, 100 meters.
He doesn't even care. You can just put on the...
47. You think you deserve that?
Of course. Really?
But you didn't even want to come in until you seen what's out
That's
the
not
file was
true. I fully we talked about this.
No, but what I'm saying is
I was
you just,
having a bad day.
but you just told me I
Sending
shouldn't
in an
have did
eagle.
that. You wouldn't, I mean, if I
Because
didn't
like,
buy
why
it,
would you keep trying to like choose me? Like,
you can pay shit on your own.
Outpost destroyed.
I'm not, like, we're not being...
Nah, this is it, again.
Like, the car?
No, only card.
Serious, London? You can't just be like that. Like, you need to pay.
I'm not paying for
Like,
shit.
dude, you need to pay.
You want to get these girls, bro?
Like, no, he literally, like, we need to pay
Yeah,
them.
every time I see videos like this, just the thought of putting effort into making such a like this piece of shit 45-second video is truly beyond my level of comprehension. Like pulling a fast one on a gold digger type of content. I know it's popular among certain demographics. Never scratched my itch, but like, was the clerk in on it? You know, it was obviously a skit. There was no punchline. It wasn't funny. If the clerk wasn't in on it, then that's just relentlessly obnoxious.
Calling
If he
down a
was in on
sentry.
it, there's still not really a single redeeming quality to it. Maybe in 5 seconds we got to see that after the massive ass cheek barely covered by a tattered Devon. Yeah, that's a stretch. But beyond that, you're up.
Falling down
Oh
fortification.
yes. There's
Deploying minefield.
footage. I've seen a lot of this lately. Yes, let's wipe a good sweat on the car that is known for having cameras all over it without even covering my face. I've seen a lot of these videos popping up lately from pretty unhinged people. Again, I don't care who the political heroes and anti-heroes are, but you're out analyzing strangers for $100,000 vehicles. This person associated with a company that makes that vehicle upsets you. You're just mercilessly robbing brain cells. You just realize yourself in a matter of that decision.
Orbital inbound.
It's 2025. Why are you still vaping on planes? It's strictly illegal under federal law.
Yay.
If I saw that in real life, I would probably just laugh. But vaping on a plane is just classic awkward behavior. At least over the bathroom, or like make some effort to be discreet. Adults with vapes just look like babies with babies, honestly. There's not many things less cool than a grown-ass adult sucking on a USB stick to placate themselves with blueberry crush flavored water vapors. If you need nicotine, just pop in a Zin Upper Decker, for Christ's sake. I'm begging you. If you're not on a plane, just smoke a cigarette. At least that was cool for a couple of decades. Sick vape, bro. Did you get the firmware update on that that came out last Wednesday? Here we go. Thumbnail material.
Merci beaucoup, mais ça a été mis dans la production. Merci beaucoup.
For the rage bait content that ultimately exists to market these hoes OF pages is getting more and more frequent. It seems to pop up a lot and then it goes like viral on X or whatever. It makes good business sense, I guess, for these hoes. On one side, you have your NSFW content where strangers on the internet can pay to watch you fill all your holes up with phallic-shaped household items where they pleasure themselves in a daily lit spare room. 18+, of course. And on the other side, you build your brand on family-friendly social media apps doing overtly sexual things that are just safe enough to scare policy enforcement, but lewd enough to get everyone to call you a hoe in the comments, which increases your visibility for your post, and now you've built yourself kind of the perfect marketing funnel for a demographic of men that inexplicably will pay to see the things that they could see millions of other women do for free with a simple web search. Makes little sense to me, but apparently the business model is a very lucrative one, so I understand why they do it, ignoring any arguments for morality or modesty. Of course, that's the whole classic social experiment. The second you label something a social experiment on Instagram, I don't even need to see it, I instantly hate it.
Oh well, the next civilians will get through.
What, like the I'm gonna light myself on fire brand? Yeah. This happened not that long ago outside of the Capitol building or something. There was a dude who was a political extreme activist of sorts, and he put himself on fire in front of some site. I forget exactly where it was. I've always thought, I don't get that. I see takes from people online that are like on his side of the fence, political activists, and like, oh,
Calling in orbital strike!
Draw attention to whatever, and he was kind of like, cool. You actually lit yourself on fire, cooked yourself. Possibly one of the worst ways you can go out.
Requesting orbital.
72 hours later, you're just a forgotten headline and everyone else is on to the next thing, as we always are. In this guy's case, when you're trying to be cheeky and like label it as a social experiment to get caught on the internet, I almost wish that he accidentally lit himself on fire. That would be a cool social experiment. Like I was trying to do a prank, but whoopsie daisy.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Here's an absolute classic to round things out. You guys know about this game.
Heavy, wet, close.
Whose fault was it here? If there was even a nanosecond of time where you watch this video and thought the truck was at fault at all, you would agree that is the cyclist. Like, what are you even trying to do? As you see him turning, I just can't slowly brake, wait for him to go by, go around him. Yeah, that's just insane behavior. You know that cyclist got off and started like punching the truck too, trying to blame it on the truck. You know it. You know it. Just that. It's how it goes every time. Absolute fucking brainworms. If you guys see something worthy, submit at brainworms.com. We'll see if we can't feature it in a future episode.
Calling down a
I
sentry.
appreciate all the submissions so far. Thank you guys
Your
for
mom's
watching
brainworm.
and giving me a little bit of your time each week. I appreciate it. I don't take it for granted. If you do me a favor, hit press that motherfucking like button before we go. I'll see you in the next episode. Peace.
Every single web. Oh, let's see. This will be fun. I haven't watched any of these in a long time. Uh-oh, should I do? I wonder if I detached. No, A3's moving. No. Just one which bug.
Orbital inbound!
As they expand through the stars, they find the
Tunnel
old
breach!
to them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence. The old ones respond with a lull and a lamau, and with their immense power, they force them back to their homeworlds. The net frontier, filled with rage and hatred, make it their duty to get revenge on the old ones. A revenge that would come swiftly as a chance encounter with other gods gave them a solution.
Liberty emerges victorious yet again. Extract when ready.
Powerful star-consuming entities. Do not fear, young mortals, for we, the Catan, will provide you with the immortality you seek. Come now. Won't you shake
walked line by line into the furnace engines made by gods who devour stars and had their souls
Got
consumed
him.
instead. The short-lived, irradiated, and
Firing orbital strike.
Sending in an eagle. Frontier ceased to be, and the immortal, soulless Necrons remained. Now backed by the immense power
Don't worry,
of
I should have given you more on it.
rally against the old ones, and the bitter conflict in the stars at this time is known as the War.
You may proceed to
Heaven.
extraction when
Despite
ready.
various races and entities to aid them in this battle, the old ones are overwhelmed and eradicated down to the last, due to the sheer power of the Catan backed up the souls of the Necrons here, and with an army of unthinkable robotic slaves at their behest. However, the Catan are greedy, spiteful gods, and when there was no foe worth killing, they turn on each other. The Necrons then put their sights towards the Catan and lay waste to them, securing their freedom. The once subservient Necrons now control their former masters, worn out and weakened by these wars.
Great
the
job.
Necrons, under their leader Zarek, the Silent King, lie
Sweet liberty, my flag!
and reclaim control over the galaxy. Over millions of years, empires rise and they fall. The species created by the old ones have footholds over the galaxy, but on a pale blue dot. In the thick of all this conflict, humanity begins to evolve. And for the most part, the basic path of humanity's evolution remains the same as it is now for almost 15,000 years. Right now, in the 21st century, this is canon. You, right now, Twitch streamer reacting to this video, you existed at a point in the Warhammer universe. But with time, humanity's ambition and the power of their technology becomes unmatched, and the golden age of expansion
Moment. Pulling supplies.
starts to branch out.
Sending down equipment
with
package.
powerful tools used
Calling
for
in orbital
agriculture,
strike.
mining, and
Out of
expansion.
grenades and
Some branches
stems.
of humanity would eventually settle far away from Earth itself, and around this time, the psychic ability of humans are greatly expanded, and what we begin to know as psychers appear. But despite
Extraction
all
is
the
available.
progress, things would begin to collapse. The machines created to aid humanity would turn on them in M23, an event known as the cybernetic revolt, and trade would begin to collapse due to the immaterial warp, aka actual hell, beginning to cause ruptures in space and time. These warp stones would separate humanity, and this would be what is known as the Age of Strife. The warp, a sea of souls, storing all thought, emotion, and the souls of those who have passed on, begin fluctuating into something terrible, as far on the horizon, something horrendous was brewing. You see, the warp isn't just
Outpost destroyed. Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
organized thanks to those living in the galaxy. The warp itself acts as an afterlife of sorts, and the actions of the innumerable amount of creatures who live in the galaxy have manifested a pantheon of organized entities known as the Forces of Chaos. At their helm are three major entities, Korn, Nurgle, and Zeech. However, a fourth one, Slanesh, was about to be formed.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Species created by the old ones, and due to their extreme and unbridled excess, the birthing of Slanesh tore a hole in the galaxy and forever split the Eldar into those of the crack world, who sought to bring their species back together, and those of the Drukhari, who wished to continue what caused the birth of Slanesh in the first place. The birthing of this fourth chaos god settled the warp storms of the Immaterium and ended the Age of Strife, but humanity was still fractured. So one man revealed himself and spearheaded an immense attempt to reunite all the fractured pieces of humanity. That man was the Emperor of Mankind. After reclaiming the nearly destroyed Earth, the Emperor embarked
Extraction
on
is available.
unification wars to unite
Deploying
humanity
minefield.
under
Stand
the
clear.
banner of the Imperium of Man. However, due to the very long and devastating impact of the Age of Strife, humanity as we know it is not the same. To reconquer Earth, the Emperor would need more than mere men. Great beings, known as the Thunder Warriors, were recruited by the Emperor to reclaim the Earth with ease. But these warriors are a blunt tool and had overstayed their welcome. He would something better, and that solution would be known as the Space Marines. Superhuman soldiers that will have the skill and cunning exponentially greater than the mortal man. These new warriors would be commanded by an elite group of his very own sons known as the Primarchs. Unfortunately, though, Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor, and his 18 sons would be stolen by the forces of chaos and scattered across the galaxy. This would begin the Great Crusade, a monumental task to take back the stars in the name of humanity and reclaim the lost Primarch sons. However, he would need the fires of industry to make this happen. Looking to the distant cousins of Mars, the Emperor signed a treaty with the technologically irradiated hellscape of the Red Planet and allowed the cult of the machine god, the Mechanicum, to supply his crusade. While Space Marines were the tip of the spear, their numbers pale to the vast might of the Imperial Army and Navy. The Astra Militara and their seemingly endless numbers make up the bulk of the fighting force for humanity, supplied by the intelligence and prowess of various agents of the Imperium, such as rogue traders and assassins. Due to the lack of connectivity between the worlds, what a society had become over thousands of years became mysterious and varied. Tools once used for harvesting and agriculture now are being used as machines of war in the form of Imperial knights. Some of these fractures of humanity would even be
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Unrecognizable to the average
Extraction
human,
shuttle
with differences
inbound.
in size, skin color, appendages, cat ears. Sometimes some would go so far
Deploying
to
minefield,
become
stand
their own
clear.
galactic societies, like the miners of the Galactic Core and their immense supercomputers, forming the Leagues of Photon. After an incredible amount of effort and books, the lost sons of the Emperor would be reunited, and the Imperium of
Requesting sentry.
established. This, however, would not last.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
The Emperor would not reveal to his sons the true nature of the galaxy and the terrors of the war. And this oversight would result in one of the most impactful wars in humanity's history. The betrayal, this heresy, this Horus heresy.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Somebody's mic's messed up.
In the absolute obliteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself. The near-dead body of the Emperor would be placed on the Golden Throne to serve as a beacon of humanity and allow for the
Wait, I don't want to miss this part.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
And their seemingly endless numbers make up the bulk of the fighting force for humanity, supplied by the intelligence and prowess of various agents of the Imperium, such as rogue traders and assassins. Due to the lack of connectivity between the worlds,
Calling down a sentry!
over thousands of years became mysterious and varied. Tools once used for harvesting and agriculture now are being used as machines of war in the form of
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
some of these fractures of humanity would even be changed further, become unrecognizable to the average human, with differences in size, skin color, appendages, cat ears. Sometimes some would go so far to become galactic societies, like the miners of the Galactic Core and their new supercomputers, forming the Leagues of Photon. After an incredible
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying
Sons
Helldivers.
of the Emperor would be reunited, and the
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
firmly established. This, however, would not last. Be it intentional or accidental, the Emperor would not reveal to his sons the true
ETA
nature of
T-minus
the
20
galaxy
seconds.
and the terrors of the war. And this oversight would result in
Requesting
one of the most
fortification.
impactful wars in humanity's history. The favorite son of the Emperor.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Powers of chaos and turn on his father. This betrayal, this backstabbing, this
Is that my lightning?
this Horus
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Calling in reinforcements.
in a split in
Pelican 1, landing in progress.
half of the Emperor's loyal sons
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
the Chaos Space Marines, along with the forces of the Dark Mechanical and the
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Iteration of Horus and the physical death of the Emperor himself. The near dead body of the Emperor will be placed on the Golden Throne to serve as a beacon of humanity and
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
the stars, protected by his most loyal Adeptus Custodians. The Imperium
Democracy prevails once
Terra will find itself under siege by one of the most formidable species in the galaxy, the Orcs. As time went on and memories of the Emperor's vision began to fade, the Emperor would become less of a head of state and more of a religious figure. And the Imperium would change to reflect this. The leadership on a planet would be at the behest of the High Lords of Terra, and their actions would be courtesy of the incomparable power and authority of the Inquisition. The zealots of the Imperium would intensify and create a brand new era known as the Age of Apostasy. And this ecclesiarchal command of the Imperium would end up with one of the strongest fighting forces of Terra, the Adeptus Sororitas. Over time, this age would come to pass, and we would approach the 40th millennium of Warhammer 40,000. Which, you guessed it, would come with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission would be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years, becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau Empire. And if the threats of the galaxy weren't bad enough, there are threats from outside
Allied
the
destroyer
galaxy,
has
as
left
a monster
squadron.
has begun to wrap its tendrils around the Milky Way. The Tyranids, monsters that serve a psychic hive mind and present tactics previously unseen in the Milky Way. Be it a direct assault with their monstrous bug-like presence,
How's it going, James?
covert gene stealer cults.
Good, brother. How you doing, man?
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Presence of yet another threat in the galaxy. Millennium.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Thought it was your ship. I guess it got kicked or something. I don't know.
Well, did you click? Did you click the thing that says, "Do you want to rejoin your squad"?
I did. I didn't because I thought it would go back to that guy's ship.
Well,
I don't know if it was your ship, or his.
Well, he disconnected, so it was going to be someone else's.
Yeah.
So I just waited a second, then I saw that you were. It showed you in a group of four players, and I'm like, shit. And then I looked again, and they just showed you on your ship. So I'm like, okay, I can try it again. I tried to join your ship once, and it failed.
Yeah, and I tried to. Well, I tried to said rejoin the squad, and that failed. So I bet it was just we were trying to join each other and didn't find a good place.
Yeah.
Like the computer needed to decide which one of us would go to which ship.
That's right. I'm gonna try your poison build a little bit, man. I started it last night, so.
What do you think so far?
That game right there, the first one I just got on, so I haven't even played it yet.
Oh shit! I made a few modifications so I'm running.
Are you still running poison?
Yeah. Not exclusive.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. That suit's gonna help.
Well, have you tried? Have you tried? Let me see. What's it called? The sterilizer?
Yeah, I tried it. I don't like it.
Oh, you don't like it?
No.
Okay. Then I won't get it. Because I wasn't sure, and I'm like, he's not running a sterilizer. He might not like it, because a lot of these things aren't that good. I do have the grenades, and I'm running the mine. Oh, there's another one though, huh? It's the
guard dog is good.
The guard dog is good. Does it kill him or slow him down?
Yes.
It does both?
First one, then the other.
Okay.
And I think it has a really great range. Like it'll fly off 20 meters away and it'll spray something, and then it just starts wandering around, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll play with it and see what it does. Just curious.
It's real great for keeping the hunters from jumping at you, you know, because like if you put some gas down and they're behind it, they can jump over everything onto you.
Yeah.
The guard dog will spray. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, the grenades, do they kill too?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
They'll kill.
I
think they'll kill up to a brood guard.
Okay.
They definitely kill the hunters and then the other things. The brown ones.
Yeah. Are you still getting feedback from my mic, huh?
Yeah, a lot of static. And I do hear some feedback too.
Same here. I have this little dial on the headset. You don't understand, because I have a mic on this thing, and I don't know how I'm getting feedback. I don't get it.
Well, what's weird is I'm not wearing my headset today. This is my webcam, mic, and my speakers.
Yeah. Unless it's picking it up from my controller. The controller has a speaker on it too. That might be with the feedback. When my son gets home, I'll ask him, because he knows about this shit more than I do.
Yeah, if your controller has an actual speaker on it, it's probably...
Because I don't play on a PC, I play on a PS5.
Right.
But if it's annoying, you just tell me, and I'll pause it, or I guess I should try to figure out if I can do a trigger thing too. Push to talk.
Yeah, it's the tab button for PCs. I don't know what the analog is. I don't know what the analog to the keys are, but since you're used to playing on the controller, if I say something like it's the tab key, does that make sense?
Tab key for you, yeah.
Yeah, do you know which one that would be on a controller?
life can and will be threatened by the situation's uncountable by the arch-enemy of chaos within, or by the decroded terror that is the Imperium itself. It is to live in the coldest and most bloody regime imaginable, free from the power of technology and science, or the safety of chaos and understanding. For the future is war.
Yeah, that's terrible, man.
What's that?
The static.
All right, hang on. Let me pause it.
Yeah,
Does that fix it when I do that?
Hellpod launch initiated.
yes, that's the word. Because if I'm explaining it properly, it was constant intermittent static.
All right. So if I gotta talk, I'll just unpause.
Oh yeah, you sound perfect right now. I'm not getting any feedback or anything.
This is the solemn duty for which you were born. Defend democracy at any cost.
Man, I want to get a bottle of booze for this weekend. So cheap. So we're gonna have to go over here.
Tagging back.
West.
West. 300 meters.
Here's K. Oh, that's H. That's H.
I found something. Calling down 40 stations.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Requesting orbital. Bug outpost.
Activating sensor. Requesting orbital.
Objective nearby. Outpost cleared.
Requesting orbital strike.
Whatever. Fucking losers.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Terminate outpost destroyed.
Stalkers.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
Objective completed.
Heavy. Southeast. Close. Calling in reinforcements. Activating Hoverpack.
Tagging map. Northwest. 300 meters.
Dude, there's a charger behind you. And I'm not there to kill it. Screwed up and got murdered. I should have remembered that I had a jetpack as that thing got closer and closer to me. I think, why isn't someone shooting it?
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Democracy has landed.
A fantastic job once again, Mr. Kurz, the Night Haunter himself. Oh, didn't you love that, my faithful audience? Once again, we have another criminal. Over the course of 6 hours, bring every single bone is gone. With that, once again, our glorious
Reinforcing.
has brought the crime rate to 0%.
Tunnel breach.
Here on the Strawman News. I'm your host, Ricky.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Our top stories for tonight. The weather forecast appears to be rainy with extra dark, so make sure you pack those extra batteries for your lamp packs. And of course, let's not forget the fantastic
Objective near your position.
currently happening. Oh, I'm sorry. What's that? All right.
Oh, and I forgot. God damn it. Oh my shit, I have the fucking lance.
Your skin case are nice and tight. Wait, hold on, 1 moment. No. Adamantium reserves have tripled? I'm sorry, self-harm rates have gone down to 0%. The Night Haunter smiled? This, no.
There's a stalker nest here somewhere.
Yeah, I took out 2 stalkers, but I didn't see the nest.
Got it. I got it.
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Nice, okay, sweet. GG. Fuck those stalkers, man.
All over print gamer subs 32-ounce jug.
Package acquired.
Isn't enough for you. The phenomenal drink and drink holder is not enough for you. We have a desk mat to go along with it. That's right, the Herculean look of the brand new style is here. We're still looking at muscles beyond belief, but this time we're talking taste. We're talking Atlas. We're talking smooth. And if that
Why is it already activated?
I, your co-host specifically, should you pre-order all 3 of these items, will personally hand sign a note for you thanking you for supporting this network. All of this you can receive for 10%.
You know what?
We need to try and find that like satellite that shows us where all the minor places are, so we can find the samples.
Is that what you need to do?
Yeah.
All right. I wish it was at nighttime.
Requesting air support. Requesting orbital.
Charger.
Calling down fortifications.
Stupid little bitch ass bug ass bitch. Mother humper.
Making progress.
Calling in reinforcements.
The Necrons here were the original form of the Necrons.
What the fuck?
Far away from us that live short, painful lives due to the irradiation of their star. Hormones would manifest like the sun and certain space cancer of sorts. The Necrons are very much inspired by the ancient Egyptian aesthetic, but unlike the windswept dunes
shit.
associated with it,
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Durin was far from picturesque. This also translates into their hierarchy. They are a race of nobles and peasants. Most of the peasantry often live for their very short time, only a couple of decades, while the nobles tended to have better care and would live a little bit longer, but still far less human even today in the 21st century. The leader of the Necrons was Zarek, the Silent King. He was the one who took the deal with Khan and the Deceiver. Of course, he wasn't aware of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver.
Yeah, thanks for coming and saving me. That was. There's a charger back there. I stuck it pretty good, but I'm out of stems.
The sheer pain that underwent the Necron race
Tagging map. Southeast. 50 meters. Calling down a sentry.
was manic. The Catan are, of course,
Main objective near your position.
when the leader of your
Standing in
species
an
tells you to march into the gigantic green furnaces to ascend to immortality, you march. The scenes from these are long lines of both the peasantry and nobles clutching their loved ones in a frantic act to save their own lives. Many of them already inflicted in the late stages of the space cancer, some of them crawling into the biotransference furnaces trying to outrace death itself. Without realizing, death was the one who made these to begin with. What came out the other side was a soulless husk. And I say that literally. A soul is not an abstract concept like it is in our world. An immaterial version of oneself discussed and debated in religion and philosophy. No, in Warhammer, a soul is a real, tangible item of oneself. And the Catan basically were just like to every single person who went in their furnaces. If you were a peasant, right, you know, a Necron warrior, and you as an individual have ceased to be. You have no mind, you have no soul, and your body, as you know, is made of an extremely advanced mass of living metal known as filaments. You think for yourself, or you do not have a brain.
Oh, I forgot to jump.
Now is await protocols
Calling in reinforcements.
which are the nobles who came out of the furnaces with their minds intact. Not gonna
Request
say
approved. Deploying reinforcements.
but their minds are very much intact. These nobles now have command protocols
Warhammer lore is so deep. Now I know virtually nothing about it.
Request approved. Deploying
Space Marine
reinforcements.
Cool. It's not this. I think. This is crazy. It's like total chaos.
Found something! Calling in orbital
Confused
strike!
bugs happen to accidentally keep landing at it up here next to me. Bugs.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Holy shit balls. What did it do to my gun? Look, it knocked it under the ground.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
See, my gun's stuck in the ground here.
The grenade launcher?
Actually, I think there's one laying over here.
You have ignited the torches of liberty. Extraction awaits.
Alright, let's see how this works.
Squad lost. Deploying full replacement.
Did you see that?
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Someone had to see that. I died a whole lot faster than I thought I would. Alright, I busted him open. He's gonna bleed out. Probably take a while.
Sending in an eagle!
Don't! Yeah, they don't really get that confused by the gas.
Calling in reinforcements!
Not like they should.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
thing go?
Helldivers, never die!
I need arc throwers.
Liberty, save me!
Requesting fortification. Throwing grenade. Heavy, on my position.
Requesting orbital strike.
There's my arc
Requesting air
thrower.
support. Sending in an eagle.
You're just setting those off for the fun of it. Don't get in front of me as long as I've got this electric thing.
Orbital inbound.
Sending out an SOS.
Who called the resupply? Where's that?
Proceed to extraction when ready.
Fly.
Calling down fortification. Bug tunnel breach. Calling in reinforcements.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. On my position.
What the fuck was that?
Calling down a support weapon.
It was like I shot the mountain with my eruptor, but I didn't shoot the mountain.
Requesting air support.
in a stasis vault and mind-controlled to do the bidding of the Necrons they once enslaved. The biggest challenge they face now are actually the upstarts of the galaxy, the Eldar and the Orcs.
Hey, Ragnarok.
Prominent, and as you can imagine, a galactic war really takes its toll on the joints, or I guess the servos. It was in their best interest to wait out the galactic rise of the other races and come back at a more opportune time. So they went into stasis via these massive
Calling in reinforcements.
Reinforcements budget depleted.
their time until it was once again their opportunity
Heavy.
to
West.
rule the
On my
galaxy.
position.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Penance for his failure to his people, exiled himself into the darkness between stars for the next 60 million years, with his perfect memory, a constant reminder of the doom he inflicted upon his people. Flash forward to the modern day, and the Necrons are reawakened, but it isn't working as well as it could be. Whether the Toon world is reawakened naturally or by some imperial moron stepping on a green door, the Necrons have come back to reclaim the galaxy they consider rightly theirs. But 60 million years of hypersleep have taken their toll. Many Necron dynasties awake with systems unrestored, and huge swaths of their population's minds completely lost. Necron nobles wake with various mental faculties compromised, sometimes exhibiting traits similar to excessive paranoia, schizophrenia, or even dementia. One notable Necron, Nemesaur Zandrak, believes that he is still back on his home planet fighting off separatists and interlopers. See, Oberyn, the separatists come, attempting to outflank me as they did at the 4th Battle of Vindicate.
I'm way over to help. I just want to finish this other thing up.
Roaring like savages would produce a different outcome. I cannot fathom, but it is of no account.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldivers.
Soon be ours. Other individuals
Yeah, we should be able to take this nest down.
Swarmlord seek to usurp the newly returned Silent King for rightful ruler over the Necron race, believing his time has come to an end. While scientists and archaeologists like Trazen the Infinite and Orican the Diviner spend thousands of years bickering over artifacts and petty squabbles. Truly, the Necrons are a faction of unthinkable, unimaginable power, held back entirely by their own heat.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
It is a species that does not know of time, only of the ravages.
Attacking map. South. 200 meters.
They may just be as frightened to awake or completely mad as they are to be assassinated while they sleep. Thousands of years pass. A retelling of the war in heaven in the Necron culture that takes 40 years to witness. Because why leave? You have no need to eat or vacate your bowels.
Calling in reinforcements.
But you are soulless. Despite the Necron's incredible technology,
Well, timing was off on that one.
time, reality itself, despite all of this, they still are missing a soul. And therein lies the biggest struggle. Most Necrons are to conquest the galaxy, kill the interlopers like the human Eldar forms that scrape at a fraction of their power.
That was awesome.
End goal for many, including Zarek himself, is to return
Enemy elite. South. 50 meters.
Oh, bullshit, dude. I see you green.
This is not the interest of all. Many simply wish to rule
Requesting air support.
with an iron fist and kill all they consider unruly. But to many others, it is the undo decision that doomed them all. Before they do that, there is a pest that needs exterminating. That is the fundamental understanding of the Necrons. They are so hyper-advanced that their science borders on magic. They play with the fundamental aspects of reality and time. Their mastery of the physical galaxy is the strongest in the universe. Their weapons reduce to the barest molecules, and they have devices capable of causing stars and supernova. They are unfathomably difficult to kill, as if you two fell one of their number. The living metal renews itself, and the reanimation protocols allow it to come back alive once again. Their masters of teleportation.
For every badass thing Warhammer has, there's another badass thing.
Located back to their tomb world to await reassembly.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Of warriors and honorary combats, but some of them have
Oh, that was sweet. Sweet. Thank you, Heather.
everyone that lives
Heavy. South. Close. Standing in an eagle.
Oh, I'm getting done.
first with I have no mouth, I will scream
sweet. That's what you're playing too long.
Additional reinforcement funding
They
approved.
strip apart their foes and adorn their bodies with the skin of their enemies, trying to better return to their old feelings of flesh and blood. The Necrons are a degraded version of their mighty empire. It's still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy. The only thing keeping them at bay currently is their awakening sickness and their infighting with no care to the timeline. But they are coming. Slowly. They plan to rid this galaxy of
Wait, what was that? There's sleeping sickness? Robots with awakening? Oh my god.
Reinforcing!
Skin of their enemies.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Feelings of flesh and blood. The Necrons are a degraded version of their mighty empire. It's still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy. The only thing keeping them at bay currently is their awakening sickness and their infighting with no care to the timeline. But they are coming.
Awakening sickness.
Slowly. They plan to rid this galaxy of the
What would you play the game? Let's get it.
people shackled to
Stronghold.
mortality when the species you sprang
Requesting air support.
left the slime pools it spawned with.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
The dominion of our kings is without limit. The ground you tread on is not yours.
Extraction is available.
It is ours. War in heaven was a catastrophic
I got him.
galaxy, and as stated in the above quote, burned reality. Of course, souls exist in Warhammer, and in the case of the Necrons here, they were consumed by the star gods. This begs the question, however, if you were to pass on, expire, as one might put it, where would your soul go? The answer to this is the war. In Warhammer, a soul is real, and so is hell. The afterlife, the Imperium, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium, all of these names refer to the dimension parallel to our own, known as the warp. Now, the warp is not like our
Heavy.
It does not follow the
Southeast.
normalcy of time and space. It is defined as the Sea of Souls, and it acts like this in a more literal
Requesting air
way.
support.
To imagine the warp is to imagine the sea itself. Hell is real and so it has a current and can become more dangerous depending on where you go. As the immaterial is a reflection
Terminate outpost.
of souls, all bodies
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
that goes with a soul is passed on into the warp. If an entire planet decides it's going to engage in a blood-fueled rampage of murder and gore, then the world around that planet will be affected in a similar manner. It's also
Dropping a pin. West.
is a
Far.
parallel, not perpendicular dimension. But it is changing to
Five.
expose oneself to the warp for any period of time invites certain death outside of the most iron-willed individuals, and to stare into a
Liberty!
much like building seas. Things to it. Always there, or just enrolled by the galaxy that you only smell.
Calling down a sentry.
But a certain faction's galactic war of heaven didn't do it.
Should have put the mines out faster.
Calling down fortifications.
Keep dying.
Eagle.
With the grenade launcher, you want to try to pop all those bubbles on his body. I mean, I don't think shooting him in the face works with a grenade launcher. You just have to bust all of his bile sacs.
Against one another for total control over their realms. Interestingly enough,
So I know the more that break, the faster he bleeds out.
we can understand the Chaos God do not have a physical visual that you can perceive in reality. So while there are tons of
I'm trying.
No, you're doing great. You're doing great. Let's give me. I mean, isn't that the build that I inspired?
carnage and slaughter. He is the one who is most powered by the wholesale killing
Oh, wait.
of any living thing. For Khorne cares not from where the blood flows. With a sacred number of 8, he is the lord of all things involving killing and blood and gore.
Request approved. Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Monumental muscles and extremely
I just got to new shit.
Khorne would be his his greater demon, the Bloodthirsty. An enormous,
Tagging map.
muscle-bound
Northeast,
flying
far.
devil with an axe so large it splits tanks in a single swing. They move into
Holy
battle
shit.
with armor of brass adorned by the skulls of their foes and pools of freshly spilled blood. This may appear to be a quite frightening
Is that where my stuff is, Froggo?
one might say. But in the world of chaos, all
What's that?
What's that?
What was that?
What was that?
I was asking Froggo if he took taking me to my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's stuff.
You good on ammo? I need ammo. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, we got one more thing to do over here. I'll go take care of it, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna get a bug hole right here.
That's
does not. This is what leads many heroes down the path of Korn. For he will bless those that bring him enough skulls. And in a world this destructive, there are many ways to revive.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Prepare the dread claws and unchain the mad ones. Glorious battle awaits us today.
5 minutes left. We can't
I
see
got
this
this
much
one
longer.
pack for my Hoverpack, and it burnt my head off before I could do it. Holy shit.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
But their skulls
Reinforcing.
are for Korn. Normally, if
Korn
I
sounds
want
like
to
a-
explain Korn,
Oh, Nurgle's a really gross one.
I'd never stab you in the back, Shepard.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
To the face. Moving on, Zeech is the second god. The god of trickery and mischief. The changer of ways. The great conspirator and the architect of fate. With a sacred number of 9, Zeech is truly the god of change in all of its forms. But there is an obvious undercurrent of mischief and cunning. Zeech is such a liar that his pants have gone thermonuclear.
Allied destroyer joins the Helldiver to combat zone.
Questions that have no answers while simultaneously making up answers
Nice
in
shot.
response to a question he didn't ask.
Have you ever had a dream
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
that you had you
Requesting advanced weaponry.
you
This
could
poor
do
kid
so-
here.
you wanted to do so much you could do anything.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
I'm getting one more bug hole over here, and then I'll head that way.
An unfaithful politician, a spy. All of these people feed Zeech in one way or another, and it doesn't matter.
No worries, we got this.
Acceptance does not feed Zeech. Change does. Zeech doesn't care.
They killed my minefield. Oh, those little fuckers.
Because he represents change.
That's the first time I threw a gas grenade out, and then I threw my stuff into the gas, hoping that they wouldn't freaking eat my minefield or my mine layer. Didn't work.
Additional
Froggo,
reinforcement
this
funding
lance is
approved.
badass, dude. I do double damage because I've got this thing with the stuff. So weak. It says it's only light armor penetrating, but I still managed to kill chargers with it.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. Close.
I'm out of grenade.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Man, thanks for keeping them off my back. That was awesome.
Squadron deploying Helldiver to combat zone. ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Calling down fortification.
Calling in orbital Stewart. Flash beacon.
Requesting backpack.
Sending in an Eagle.
The little glowy green balls are not health packs.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Calling down a support weapon.
Deploying support weapon. ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Requesting orbital.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
One tunnel breach.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
There's no way it should be blowing up on me back here. Holy shit.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Oh, yeah.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Yeah, so this is a piece of bread and a piece of ham with some spring mix.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty has seen you through.
What?
Also represents hope, though. Schemes are always bad, and even the hope to make a better tomorrow is the change he seeks. Because he is the architect of fate and the mastery of sorcery, his presence is purely unknowable. Every depiction of a Zinchian demon contains more eyes than are necessary and more mouths than I know to do with. It is a biblically accurate angel if the angel gaslit
Allied
you into
destroyer
thinking
has left squadron.
Man, Froggo did some murdering.
What's that?
Froggo had over 600 kills.
Yeah. Okay. What level we running?
6.
6? Okay.
orbital thrusters.
No rush, guys.
Birds are government drones.
Orbit synchronized.
But are they? The creatures at his disposal adorn themselves with the knowledge of sorceries and the unknown, all to provide a mind-crushing experience. Fighting demons from outside of our reality is difficult enough, but fighting demons from unreality, purposely attempting to trick you, is a whole new thing entirely. And that is before we even get started on the gigantic bird of sorcery you're going to need to face. Do not ask which creature screams in the night. Do not question who waits for you in the shadow. It is my cry that wakes you in the night, and my body that crouches in the shadow. I am Zinch, and you are the puppet that dances to my tune. Third of the Chaos Gods is the one of acceptance, of rot and pestilence, the grandfather himself, Papa Nurgle. Nurgle is the exact opposite of Zinch. Where Zinch believes in change and hope for a future, Nurgle believes in stagnation and the end of everything. At one point or another, we will all decay. We will all rot, and we will all end. And with a sacred number of 7, every single thing, pestilence, boil, and everything in between, comes under the great shadow and girth of Nurgle himself. For Nurgle, the plight of mortals is his fear and why. And no matter how solid life might be, everything will decay in the end. In the creation of life, there must be an end to that life. And nobody has more creations to end lives than Grandfather Nurgle himself. Every boil, every blemish, every pus-filled wound and disease, every rot, and every plague is kept and concocted by Nurgle. This, humorously, keeps Nurgle as a jovial god. He is full of life and laughter, and by creating as many diseases as he possibly can, he shares that joy with mortals. I mean, his envoy is the great unclonable, and look at how happy he is. And there's a lot of him to love. A fear of death in general is feeding Nurgle. All disease makes him stronger, but to pray for salvation for a wounded loved one is to feed Nurgle. The timeless and inevitable fear that one day you will rot and decay is what gives him strength. Peloton won't feed Nurgle. Licking the doorknob on a public bathroom certainly does. However, should you
The fate of all humanity's children are in your hands. Do not let them fall.
Maybe all mortal followers of the Chaos Gods found themselves there in one way or another, either through the direct worship or the slow corrupting of their souls. But those that take Nurgle's gifts and embrace the decay of their bodies may end up being chosen among his few as a faithful servant. In doing so, you will be free of the pain caused by Nurgle's ailments, and you may even find yourself just as jovial and happy as he is. Maybe. His enemies shall wither and die. His allies shall wither and die. The universe and all within it shall wither and die. And when the great corruption has settled over the land and permeated the very foundations of reality itself, then shall the Lord of all rise from the rot and ruin, spread his arms wide to reclaim all of his dutiful children. Those were the 3 major Chaos Gods for a very long time, emboldened by war and death on a galactic scale, ever present but now fast the suffering of a galaxy. One race, for a while, was able to elude the pull of chaos, an advanced race of psychically attuned aliens whose master over the physical world was so strong that chaos could not glean from them the morsels of power they once had, or so they claimed. Not for a long while. 60 million years ago, in an attempt to combat
Calling down a sentry!
The old ones made a new species, one with innate power in the warp and the ability to harness it with a mastery that was unseen by so many others. A mastery so powerful, the Necrons retreated to sleep in order to wait it out. It was no longer a galaxy to be ruled by them, but instead begin the age of the
Requesting sentry!
Oh shit, space elves.
The Eldar are a race of pointed-ear humanoids that are all psychically attuned to the warp. If we're being meta here, these are space elves.
a strider nest close.
Roger.
of all things was exceptional. With every single one of them being psychers, they had the ability to master the warp and use it to
Tactical
their
asset near your
Being a
location.
psyker is basically like being a wizard, or I guess in this case more of a sorcerer, since you are born with the gifts as opposed to learning them. In order to utilize your psychic abilities, however, you must then reach into the other dimension, into the warp, into hell.
Requesting sentry.
So if you were to say, cast fireball, your mind would reach forward, gather the strength to rewrite reality, to then cast fireball. Now, you might think to yourself, doesn't that mean that if you were opening up a power to the warp, you may create a lot of
Calling down a
risk
sentry.
to yourself because of all the horrible things you just talked about in the warp?
Reinforcing.
However, in Warhammer 40k, willpower is a
Requesting
real
orbital strike.
tangible thing, in the sense that in its own right, it can be weaponized. Being strong of will means being strong of soul, and being strong of soul means you can resist the pull of the warp that much more. A more inexperienced psyker opens up a hole into the warp that is large, and that hole widens to get more power, allowing evil things to get in. A powerful psyker.
How are you liking that build? Just killing another stalker.
Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters.
I've got this one.
Requesting air support.
I'm being jumped at.
Calling down a sentry.
Democracy delivered.
Requesting sentry. Requesting orbital.
Well, something's over there that machine gun doesn't like.
Tunnel breach.
Want me to get him?
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Yeah, please.
Calling down a sentry. Calling in orbital strike.
And there's still more stalkers.
I don't have my gear on me.
We do have to
Also a charger here.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
All right, whoever did that.
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Calling down a support weapon. Calling down a walker.
Oh shit, my view just went all weird. Oh, what's going on? I'm in a first-person view. What? I'm in a first-person view and I'm spinning a lot. Can y'all see me? I'm starting to bleed. Killed by razor sharp claws. All right.
Reinforcing.
Surprised there's any bullets left in that. What was that?
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Helldiver reporting to the front.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Requesting sentry. Requesting air support.
Tac inbound. Advanced weaponry.
Deploying support weapon.
Is able to open a very small hole with immense force to get the same amount of power with less risk.
Calling down a sentry.
Psychers, every single one of them can call upon the warp, and over billions of years they have perfected it so much so that they can weave structures. Some species in the galaxy, they utilize the warp itself for interstellar travel. The Eldar ain't having any of that noise. How about we utilize a fancy alternative mode of travel that is substantially safer than the old ones created?
I had no stems, half health, but I had to get it done.
Right on.
And if we do, we can just be
Calling in an orbital strike.
food, water, materials. We make things out of distilled warp essence itself. We sink all reality.
Terminate outpost destroyed.
What truly could the Eldari Empire possibly fear?
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Biggest fear was themselves. Society so perfect, they wanted for
Calling down a support weapon.
When the base functions of society are no longer allowed for, they tend to
Dropping a pin. East. 100 meters.
perhaps the medium rare steak on your plate would be better if it was elf meat. Hey, I'm not saying we should make cannibalism legal, but like, what's the issue with a little taste? Violent sports is one thing, but how can we do sports to the death? I mean, I'm saying if both participants are willing and clear about it, what really is the problem there, you know? Art is the eye of the viewer, and what is considered art
Throwing in supplies.
from the concept of one's own interest. A canvas adorned with the blood of a man wronged is truly the visual poetry that our society needs. Hedonism, with a slow and consistent hedonism. The Eldar slid backwards into debauchery of the sort I cannot discuss on this YouTube video. Murder on stage, delicacies and drugs distilled from
Calling in an eagle.
the trade of slaves and concubines, and much, much worse. The
Orbital
Eldar
incoming.
technology has their emotions heightened, and they feel more than human does. Slow can provide lows of pure despair. It can also provide greater highs than you have ever known. Was the Eldar game. The world took notice of this heavily, and it began to react on a galactic scale.
I don't know if I like that orbital barrage shit. It's just too much.
It's really awesome looking though.
It is awesome looking, but it's just. I mean, I'm running through it, but it's just, man, it's just a lot.
It solves most problems.
It does. Including killing everybody in the squad.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Calling down.
To be used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion,
Take these bug holes.
We'll feed Slanesh. Whiplash is Slanesh's absolute favorite film. Videos where people beat Elden Ring. I need supplies. Beat Slanesh.
What the fuck is happening?
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
She'll take his dive from that thing.
Calling in reinforcements.
First, oh, I lost my shit.
Many of the disciples of Slanesh carry demonic form in their live grace. The keeper of secrets is his chosen envoy, and their movements are the lure of debts and pain, with an aura all the more fatal. They dance in
Get out of here. It's gonna go.
Freedom marches on. Thanks to you. You may
You should have let me pick up my Hoverpack.
The palace has 6 layers surrounding it, and one of them is the access where the participant
Probably in the crater somewhere.
tagging map. Northwest.
It's okay, I get one in 10 seconds.
And rivers of wine tempt the user to such degree that they cannot stop stuffing their face, unaware that the things they are eating are very vaguely familiar meats. If one does not see themselves drowning in the river of wine, they may soon fill their bodies up so much that they cease to function in
Objective nearby.
of the banquet themselves. That is one
Calling down a
6
sentry.
layers of Slanesh's palace. This
Somebody save me!
that the Eldar civilization indulged in for millennia, and did so that they created God thoughts. Find pleasure in every moment, indulge in every whim. Let lesser races feel the burden of their
Son of a bitch.
Orbital strike.
Every power is ours to use. Every sensation
Sending in an eagle.
to experience. We are truly masters of the galaxy, and all others exist only to satisfy our needs. We have earned our position of power. Let us forever taste the fruits of such achievement. Time itself is ours to command. We are eternal. With the birth of Slanesh, the Eldari Empire ceased to be. A catastrophic event so horrible that the warp ripped a hole permanently in our reality. A fissure forever known as the Eye of Terror. With the sudden inhalation of this god's largest breath, the Eldari souls are a currency by sheep thirsts. Trillions of Eldar died in an instant.
Requesting orbital.
On their souls to satisfy his palace. 99.9% of their entire fleet died, and the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. For Slanesh now stakes a claim on each and every Eldar soul.
Calling in reinforcement.
On an eternity of torment awaits. The remaining Eldar devote their entire lives to stopping this venture. Their dying race so devoted to save them.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
The pain could be your jam. Music can increase to volumes that may hurt your ears. Even then, that might not be enough. More. You must have more. Many of the disciples of Slanesh carry demonic form in their live grace. The keeper of secrets is his chosen envoy, and their movements are a blur of dance and pain, with an aura all the more
All
fatal.
succubus
They
style.
dance and sing, but there's always a form of malice behind every action they take. An alluring gaze.
Requesting sentry.
Slanesh's palace has 6 layers surrounding
Deploying minefield.
is the accessible level, where the participant finds themselves in a beautiful banquet full of the most delicious foods imaginable, tables of delicacies, and rivers of wine, tempt the youth to such degree that they cannot stop stuffing their face, unaware that the things they are eating are very vaguely familiar meat. If one does not see themselves drowning in the river of wine, then they so fill their bodies up so much that they cease to function and fall, becoming part of the banquet themselves. That is one of the 6 layers of Slanesh's balance.
Requesting entry!
The Eldar civilization indulged in for millennia, and did so at a monumental scale that they created a god from it. Find pleasure in every moment, indulge in every whim, let lesser races feel the burden of their crude lives. We are beyond such
Coming in, reinforcements!
Get some! Get some! Use every sense of hours to experience. We are truly masters of the galaxy, and all others exist only to satisfy our curiosities. We have earned our position of power.
Extraction is available.
The roots of such achievement. Time itself is ours to command. We are eternal.
You will never destroy our way of life!
With the birth of Slanesh, the Eldari Empire ceased to be. A catastrophic event so horrible that the war ripped a hole permanently in our reality. A fissure forever known as the Eye of Terror. With the sudden inhalation of this god's largest breath, the Eldari souls are a currency to be now collected by she who thirsts.
Terminate outpost current.
Eldar died in an instant. Slanesh gorging on their souls to satisfy his palate. 99.9% of their entire species died, and the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. For Slanesh now stakes a claim on each and every Eldar soul. From the moment they pass on, an eternity of torment awaits them. The remaining Eldar devote their entire lives to stopping this eventuality. Their dying race, so devoted to saving themselves from the Dark Prince, and, in doing so, have found very creative ways. In the modern world of Warhammer, the craft world Eldar are the main force of Eldar in the galaxy, and represent the style that many think of when you think elves in space. Yes, elves in space, not those elves. We'll get to that. A craft world is a monumental monster, the size of a continent, that acts as a form of flotilla. During the highest reaches of hedonism, many Eldar saw the demonic writing on the wall and began to try and seek asylum from their own debauchery.
That's wood. God damn it. No. No, don't call me on Friday night.
Terminate outpost.
Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the far reaches of the galaxy and saved themselves from Slanesh's awakening. The main thing the craft world Eldar see is to temper their minds and bodies in a way that will never allow them to slip back into their old ways. The representation they
Calling
carry
down a
is
sentry!
a more feudal Japanese motif. Eldar follow paths as they age. The path of warrior, seer, poet, diplomat, the bone singer, and so on. These paths are a strict code of conduct to hone the heightened Eldar psychology down a school of thought and action. And if it sounds a hell of a lot like Bushido, well, you're damn right. Here's a medal and a
Requesting
soul
orbital
stone.
strike!
Don't lose it, or an eternity of torment awaits you. Going through these paths will allow you to take up not just a role in Eldar society, but keep your mind clear from the past worries that plague them. Every Eldar is said to be a psyker, however, very few of them actually utilize their powers for fear of tempting she who thirsts. A large amount of emphasis is also
Tagging map, southeast, 300 meters.
and learning from them the thought you go down the path. This can sometimes be seen by the large variety of jewels adorning the armor of Eldar. Those are the
Dropping a pin, southeast, far.
See, when an Eldar dies, these stones act as a backup, and it's instead of their souls going to space, they're trapped and stored in this little stone. So when the Eldar say they commune with their ancestors, they mean so.
I can't find the embryo.
Literally, as the spirit and soul of generations before them are stored here. Often larger structures may contain vast amounts of soul stone, such as the Infinity Circle in the craft world itself, allowing the souls of the dead to help power their enormous starship. The young do not desire the discipline of the path, but rather their curiosity drives them to try every fruit from
Requesting sentry!
Thus, it is that so many take the path of wandering or the path of damnation in their first years of
Orbital
life.
inbound!
And so, the great tragedy of our kind is played out again and
Requesting
again
air support!
as the number of our people
Calling in
shrink
orbital strike!
generation to generation. These paths, when completed, allow the Eldar to move to the next one, then the next one. However, since this is the grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The
Tagging map.
Eldar
South.
actually
Close.
advance at one point. Kane, Vol, Isha, Azrayan, and
Orbital inbound! Dropping a pin. Southeast. On my position.
And while many were killed in Slanesh's creation, their teachings live on. For some, the strongest devotion to the Eldar gods is to join the Aspect Warriors and embody the wrath of Cain, their god of war. While guardians of the Eldar craft
Sending in an eagle!
into a trained militia, the Aspect Warriors embody a particular variant of the path. Each are led by a Phoenix Lord, a name passed down through generations and embodying the souls of prior Phoenix Lords each new one. The Howling Banshees, led by Chainsaw, Fugit and his fire dragons, Opheron, and his human Oxwell, Morgan Rod and his dark heroes. Aspect Shrine carries within the Eldar way of war. Fast, hard-hitting, and incredibly tricksy, for they do not have the numbers to fight in any other way. The craft will
Requesting sentry!
an empire can be by their own actions. They
Dropping a pin. East. Far.
non-hyperbolic way, but in the end, they were best
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
and their most prominent remnants are
Extraction
forced
request
to
confirmed.
aimlessly
Shuttle
through the
inbound.
galaxy, trying to save their species from extinction
Calling down a
and
sentry!
resist the temptations of she who thirsts. But for some, the party is just beginning.
I mean, that fat fucker getting all up in my mind and shit.
This dark city once existed as a port in the webway that allowed for ease of
Requesting
transport for the
ETA, T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
The significance
Cool
of
baby's
the
dying
city
a lot.
meant that it needed to be a bit more of a neutral territory outside of the jurisdiction of General
Well, that's-
Eldar.
Reinforcing!
Therefore,
We got a little highway over there by the rock.
this did not go well. The Dark City became the hideaway for all manner of sin. The Eldar race slipped into debauchery on a galactic scale that it birthed a god, and this was the city you went to when that wasn't enough for you. The convenience of being so deep within the Eldar is that it
2
exists
minutes.
as a blind spot
Calling
to
in
the horrors of the
reinforcements.
war. So while the rest of the Eldar fled the downfall of their
Everything they
species,
talk about is worse than the thing before, which was
when
horrible.
Slanesh was birthed, they were saved the worst of it, thanks to it being nice and neatly tucked away inside the webway. But only somewhat. The Dark Prince did not have
Requesting
a grip
advanced
around
weaponry.
their soul, but the tiniest pinky finger, and they were still pulling. But due to their
We got two more objectives. We got a bug hole, and
1 minute and 30 seconds.
I'm gonna get this nest over here.
temporarily rejuvenate their soul
Right on.
and continue to
I'm gonna
cheat
try to.
their
I'm gonna try to get the Spore Speeder.
placating the Prince of Pleasure. And if they kept this up on the regular, they could effectively become immortal. Thus, the Drukhari were born. Unlike the more stoic elves you see in works of fiction, the
Calling down a
Drukhari
sentry!
themselves exist as a sort of analog of the more grim and fiendish elves you find
ETA,
in the
T-minus
Norse
1
Requesting
minute.
sentry!
the Drukhari are soul vampires, but the more basic needs to feed are hardly enough to keep them going. This desire to feed is known as the thirst, and to quench it effectively, they have mastered the art of biotechnology and dark sciences to really juice themselves up on the crispy soul sprite through the vending machine.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
The majority of Drukhari acrobats are pirates.
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
They go into our physical reality and drag people back to Hellborough to commit atrocities that go
T-minus 20 seconds.
Organized in various groups of dark sectors in a more organized and extremely way. The cabals act as the
ETA, T-minus 10 seconds.
witches and succubi act as entertainment for Kamala in gladiatorial arenas, and the flesh-crafting homunculus
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Requesting air support.
ever increasingly more painful ways to torment their
Pelican 1 landing in progress.
large supply of slaves they are born. The Dark Eldar see the other inhabitants of the galaxy as little more than stuff that can be brought to bay or slaughtered at any time. Their problem, however, is
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Eldar do indeed drink blood, but also tears, and most sustaining of all, the raw essence of pain they wring out of their captives. The truth of the
Who got on?
Drukhari than death, for death will see them in the talons of Slanesh for an eternity of torment. So they do everything they can to stop this. The homunculi covens regrow dead members from pieces of flesh as bargaining chips. The succubi create grisly gladiatorial spectacles that literally rejuvenate the audience members as captives are murdered for sport. To be captured by the Drukhari is one of, if not the worst fate imaginable in the world of Warhammer 40k. In a universe built on war crimes, they are the most debased war crimers of all time. To be tortured and sacrificed in the gladiatorial arenas is a blessing, for you have escaped the fate of being in the fleshsmith's control group, or being turned into a living and breathing piece of furniture for an Archon's corpse. In a cruel twist of fate, a newly born Drukhari does not arrive into this world loving torture. It is something they must grow to love. Grow to appreciate the suffering of other beings in order to survive in the world they have been brought into. If they succeed, they become some of the worst monsters in the
Allied
galaxy.
destroyer has
A dark
left
reflection
squadron.
to the craft worlders, and a taste of what Eldar society was like before the fall. If
I have this undone. I get a feedback. He's getting a feedback. If I'm talking. So how do I fix it? Is this turn this mic off on this thing? Huh?
You can't.
they weren't riding dinosaurs like ballers. The Harlequin dancing troupe are a subsect of Eldar that are more than just a little strange. A carnival of dancing jesters that serve the Eldar laughing god of Kegger. They
It just might be the mic.
Hey, Funky there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Right. You hear the feedback right now?
I can hear static.
Yeah, okay. Stash and turn that off.
their army book and folded into the Eldari codes. So I suppose it'll have to stay a mystery, or maybe it was one of Keggerok's master plans to get back at
You son of a bitch. Of course it is.
save their species. Who could know? Perhaps it was all a sick and practical joke to Keggerok, and he would just find it very funny to watch me fumble the discussion of one human on a tiny
And what's this here for?
That's just so you can change stuff. Yeah, it is.
No, that's the mic. Test. I don't know.
Roger.
There's gotta be a way to turn this handset off.
And those that are smartest know the answer is it doesn't matter.
I would agree.
Himself as the emperor of mankind, and he was tasked with the most monumental upheaval of humanity possible. The Eldari's warp fluctuations had turned the golden age of
This
humanity
wasn't supposed to be a mukbang.
night. Interstellar travel cut off? Check. An AI uprising? Check. Brand new psychers popping up and not knowing how to handle their powers? Oh, check. Demonic incursions? Check. Thousands of years this occurred, and now the Emperor of Mankind showed himself to put the pieces back together, unifying Terra
It's the
under
hardest
his...
people to
Okay.
Oh, it's because you have instant mic headset.
It's not because it's feedback.
He wished to remove mankind
Because the mic on that's not working right now. Because you have the headset plugged in.
Okay, we're just gonna check that again. How come I can't? I need to go to this.
Go down.
It won't.
Oh, I don't know.
There's gotta be a way to get to your headset settings.
I don't know. Maybe the mic?
Somehow your mic
Go back.
is picking up your game.
It's picking up the game sound, he says. Which it shouldn't.
Yeah, that's what the feedback is, and that's why I thought you were using speakers. But I'm like, well, how is the sound getting into the microphone?
What's that? Yeah. Mic monitor's high. You hear it now, too?
The static's not as bad.
Yeah, so that turned that up.
You can hear it now?
It's not as bad, he said. If it gets bad, just let me know. I'll pause it up. There's a little control on the headset.
Okay. Yeah, I just use push to talk.
Yeah, I could probably try to do push to talk if I knew what button to use for it. I mean, I had to make one. Let me see. In the game, you can do that, right?
Yeah.
Under options, audio.
A physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief began to manifest in them physically as well. What were once humans began to really mess around with the character creator options, and this tech obsession made them view instances of flesh to be weak and spend their lives removing what makes them human and replacing it with mechanical augments. Robotic limbs, glowing eyes, mechadendrite arms. What was once a mass of flesh now looks like the back of a router, and the oldest members of the Mechanicus no longer even look slightly human. In addition to this, cloaked over all of their mechanical appendages are robes that reflect the color of their homeworld, the red robes of the Mechanicus. The Cult Mechanicum, now the Adeptus Mechanicus, create a fascinating combination of cultures all birthed into one. Basically, techno-zealot monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the great work. All praise he who is three in one. By giving us life within an organic shell, he presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine plan. He grants us complex weakness so we might learn metallic strength and ascend to his level of machinic perfection. The Emperor's arrival to Mars was very much a walking in with the pizzas while the room is on fire moment, but to the Mechanicum, they saw his arrival as confirmation of their belief. They took one look at the glowing golden entity that showed up on their doorstep and were like, that's him. That's the guy right there. And they immediately accepted him as the Omnissiah. Obviously, showing up and being called Machine Jesus shortly after wiping out all instances of non-Machine Jesus a little bit beforehand is an instance of capital H heresy. But the Emperor saw the bigger picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and prayed to machines for them to work? Sure, but that's all production right there. So the Emperor devised a treaty of Olympus Mons, a unifying agreement between Terra and Mars. And this will be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium as the two-headed eagle. One head for Terra, the
Allied destroyer has joined the squadron.
Technology and
Boop.
weapons they needed to
Engaging
reunite
orbital
scattered
structures.
remnants of humanity under one banner. And the
This is a
mechanical
defense
Mars
mission.
would be able to keep doing what they were doing
Orbit
religiously
synchronized.
and scientifically, so long as they kept up their tithes. This tithe meant total quality control over all technology in the Imperium. Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. Tanks? AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun? You guessed it. But unlike the factories of today, the forged worlds of Mars and the creations of Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether. Instead of a factory on a random given world, the entirety of the planet's surface is dedicated to manufacturing. But that's a little tricky, isn't it? Considering that the usage of Silica Animus, or AI, is a big no-no, and basically the largest affront to their divine machine god possible. Fortunately, there's a really neat alternative that they've come up with, and that's called a servitor. Incredible devices that can do anything from manufacturing, maintenance, basic door operation, even just float around a little drone. It's an extremely easy process to. All you need to do is take a human who is dying, or preferably an enemy of the state, most likely now, and lobotomize them, and then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell them. They even got little baby versions of them. Yay! So now you can rest easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning new tech is heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and
Let
whether
them
they can
come.
still keep their
Let them
consciousness
roll.
trapped in
Let
their
them
own
face
minds
the
is
insurmountable
another
might of the
entirely.
Helldivers.
Calling down a walker. Calling down fortification. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Requesting sentry.
An exit from the Summoner creation factories. Naked human beings were standing in a switchback line between hive fences. Manufacturing and producing servitors, but it was more akin to an abattoir than a workshop. Every surface was easily cleanable. Servitors were spread out their backs round about, closing very slick trains set into the perfectly smooth, slanted floors. As the people were passed through various scanning devices, functional arches that let out a constant series of acceptance. Occasionally, one would let out an angry blare, and the indicator lumens would flash red. The rejected person was then swallowed up by a trapdoor opening beneath their feet. From these pits wafted a hideous stench, and the grinding sounds of industrial uses. One rejected man grabbed onto what was fit and hands bloody, shouting a stream of defiant profanities. Guards lined the rail on either side of him and shot beneath her weapon. The adepts wouldn't even waste bullets on these people. The trapdoor flipped up, and the next terrified person was ushered forward. Violent metal arms snatched them up and spread eagle lead in the air, and a servitor shield shaved them all. At another, they were subjected to a high-pressure counter-septic wash whose chemical sting made you choke from 100 feet away. More scanners, more rejects without out. Machines forcibly dressed them in a heavy, rubberized garment. Past surgeries. These were saggy armor of all one size, until another process shrink them to fit their bodies where metal cups, sockets, and collars fit into their normal flesh. The last few prayers gave way to screams at that point, and even the most stoic shouted in pain. They were ushered over a floor buzzing with power that made them shriek with every footstep. What's that for? I asked. Follicular inhibitor. To stop their hair from growing, he said. Freaking sweet, Lois. As for their scientific pursuit, the Mechanicum believed in the preservation of knowledge above all and the flesh to expand it. However, as opposed to innovating and inventing their own vast knowledge, they believe that it is a form of techniques. You see, because of their religious view as technology itself, they believe that the instruction manual is just as holy as the Lego set it builds, and to innovate on that without the proper basic knowledge is to go against the divine word of the machine god itself.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Because this is the knowledge they seek, and that knowledge is one time, scouts of the Imperial Guard found a functioning STC that revived the schematics of a mech that happened to be a bit lighter and a bit sharper than most other knives. These knives were adopted by the 30 Space Marine chapters and were one of the most advanced discoveries of the century. This discovery was so significant that they were each awarded a planet for finding this. A planet for a machine that taught them how to make knives. Due to their religious organization, all the yes, the Mechanica, the all organized, a complete structure of organized personality, created by being the fabricator general of who serves as a high lord of Terra, but also oversees the entirety of the Mechanica. Below them are tech priests that oversee the cult for the quest of knowledge and other more straightforward theocracy. Forge worlds tend to operate slightly more independently.
Yeah. Stream will be a lot more fun while you're grooming.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Given praise. And despite being the manufacturing end of the Imperium,
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
They have the Skitarii private army and other various 1920s Russians.
You have accomplished delivery. Extracted your discretion.
Because nothing is cooler than a robot.
Calling in reinforcements!
Ultimately, they're very dominated once technology as a whole has resulted in any innovation becoming as thus causing the Imperium to stand.
Pelican 1, arriving at order. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated.
Pelican 1 better kill those things on the pad. It's not even shooting them.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Another victory for the right side of history.
Unification-wise, it was time to start getting things together for the Emperor's great crusade across the stars to bring humanity under one banner. The Thunder Warriors were a perfect fighting force for unifying Terra and Luna, but the galaxy was a whole different thing. You see, these warriors weren't soldiers in the eyes of the Emperor. They were tools, extremely blunt tools, used for the fast conquest of Terra. As the Emperor was concerned, the tools you use at home aren't the same ones you take on a road trip. So the Emperor rid himself of his tools in the exact manner you think he did. And he went forward to crafting a brand new tool, one more mobile, more efficient, and ready for his next era of conquest. They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay, I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war forge them. They will be of iron will and steely muscle. In great armor shall I clad them, and with the mightiest guns will they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease. No sickness will blight them. They will have tactics, strategies, and machines so that no foe can best them in battle. They will be my bulwark against the terror. They are the defenders of humanity. They are my soul. And they shall know no fear. The vastness of the Milky Way galaxy meant that the Emperor needed assistance bringing everyone back to the fold. And who better to do this than himself? But since the technology to be in many places at once does not exist anymore, the Emperor decided that it was time to become a dad, the same way Geppetto did, and with far less care. It is not my son, Arkin. None of them are. They are warlords, generals, tools bred to serve a purpose, just as legions were bred to serve a purpose. What a dad. The Primarch Project was started to create charismatic and unique leaders in the Imperial military. The diversity of these eventual leaders meant that each one could be specialized for certain circumstances across the galaxy. Depending on the type of conflict, one leader might be better than the other. So instead of forcing one leader to
I'm thinking about getting the bubble boo.
directly, it would be better to send a specialized leader and force to handle it. In order to do this, the Emperor used his genetic know-how and maybe a little bit of that forbidden stuff to create these genetically perfect gene fathers that had the ability to serve as his analog directly. and also serve as the leaders of the respective Space Marine legions. All 18, that's right, all 19 of his sons were meant to be directly molded by the Emperor himself, despite their genetic differences. And they go as follows in order. Lionel Johnson, Bogrip, Percherabo, Jagatai Khan, Lehman Russ, Rogaldor, Conrad Kurz, Sanguinius, Ferris Manus, Angron, Robute Gilliman, Mortarion, Magnus the Red, Horus Lupercal, Lorgar Aurelian, Vulcan, Corvus Corax, and Alfarius and Omegon. His sons, finalized and crafted to be the warriors he needed them to be, were complete. But he may have decided to do a bit of dabbling with things he shouldn't have, and paid a price. Before the Primarchs were ready to go, an intervention by the gods of chaos prevented his plan from being realized. But the source of the result of the Chaos God intervention was that all of the Emperor's tools were scattered through the chaos, places and times. Each one of his sons lived in a completely different world, and instead of
Just toggle microphone.
their upbringing, these children were instead forced to experience the unique
That should
nature
be mute on
of
and
their
off.
respective homeworlds. Some had a great time and lived in general luxury. Others, not so much. Despite his closest advisor,
Not today, perverts.
"Alright, Chief, let's try this one again," the Emperor sensed each of his sons were still very much alive. And one of the primary objectives of the Great Crusade shifted to reclaiming each of his sons so they could take command of their specific Space Marine legions and carry out his will. These original Space Marine legions that were created alongside their Primarchs go, in order, the Dark Angels, Emperor's Children, Iron Warriors, White Scars, Space Wolves, Imperial Fists, Night Lords, Blood Angels, Iron Hands, World Eaters, Ultramarines, Death Guard, thousands Space Marines, unlike their chiefs,
It's frustrating.
in effect. There is a process to considering how really good with genetics. Less good as these prospects are recruited across humanity from various reasons and generally killed during that process. But sometimes they aren't, and they are able to go through more and more of the actual training to assess certain traits that are important and relevant to being a Space Marine. Most of the time, the common factor is a pure, unrelenting willingness to kill the enemies of the Imperium. After going through psychological screening, the prospect, now called a neophyte, goes under the knife to become a Space Marine. And here is a quick list of all the cool new stuff they get genuinely shoved into their bodies. A secondary heart, an organ that makes your bones grow, an organ that makes your muscles big, an implant that makes your blood stronger, a little organ that turns your white blood cells into super white blood cells, a brain implant that allows you to sleep while being awake, a pre-stomach that allows you to digest literally anything, a spinal implant that allows you to absorb the genetic memories of what you eat, bigger and better lungs that can let you an implant that gives you stronger eyes, new ears.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna run to the store and get a bottle of whiskey for the weekend. Take me about 10 minutes.
There you go, man. There you go. That's a good start of the weekend. Alright, I'm gonna head to my ship for a little bit. I'll wait till you get back or something.
No worries.
A special coating on your skin that allows you to be protected in space, the ability to spit acid, a gland that allows you to absorb the unique...
I bet I can pause this thing somehow.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.